Welcome to this fourth quarter session. Morning Ministry, Minister and DM, DG and all the executive, the chairperson of the IEC, Mr. Miepza and all commissioners, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Mamabolo and all the executive, the CEO of Government Printing Works and all the executive, Parliamentary Legal Services and the Chief State Law Advisors. Welcome to this meeting and greetings and all officials in attendance. Members, if you look on the program or the agenda of today's meeting, you realize that we may not exhaust all the items. We have met yesterday with the team of Parliament to try to rework the item for today. And we've realized that to give a good opportunity for a proper conversation for members and the entities that are in attendance, we may need to consider to prioritize the annual reports of the two entities. And as you proceed, we'll determine whether we'll able to deal with other items. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that the as program has been proposed, will not allow proper engagement on some of the issues that we may need to raise. We'll also consider the minutes that we must adopt for the extension of the time frame for the marriage bill, as that will be part of the submission for the in court. So I want to start there, members, to appreciate that we request your guidance in terms of the proposal that we deal with the Independent Electoral Commission and also consider the government printing works. The IEC has also requested to be excused at around 11:30 for them to able to have a session with the at the palace. I think they will also express that apology formally to the committee. They did write a correspondence to the chair. So those are some of the issues that I wanted us to start with so that I get guidance on members of the committee to focus on the two items. If times allow, we'll able to deal with other items. We are raising this because we're sitting at 2 o'clock and all members of parliament managed to say 3-line whip and we're expected to be in the house at 2 o'clock. Members, can I get your audience? Honorable Ross and Honorable Jama.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I agree with your proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jama.
Thank you, colleagues. I agree with the proposal to deal with the two items.
Any objection to the issues? Okay, thank you. I know that the Parliamentary Legal Services and the team has prepared for this item and other items that are on the agenda. We'll shift them to Friday because Friday I think we're dealing with Home Affairs, if I'm correct. We'll start with the two items and then we're able to deal with other items in the meeting. Thanks very much. The agenda is adopted as is, amended, and we'll now proceed with the two items, including the minutes that the committee must adopt. We've invited the two entities to brief the committee on the annual reports and budget. And we know that there's work that has been done in the two entities. Today, members, as you recall, that we have resolved as a committee that we're supposed to receive an interim report by Dr. Lubisi in relation to the issues that are associated with governance at Government Printing Works. And that was important because we wanted to start with Lubisi before we interact with the Government Printing Works annual reports and budget. However, we've also received a notice from the minister to defer the item as the report has not yet been tabled before the ministry, the team. and will then allocate time to deal with that item before we adopt the report of government printing work. So the agenda we stand as amended, and I'll invite Mr. Matonsi to render item number 2 and introduce those that are in attendance. Any apologies? Let me start because it's not coming up. Any apologies, Independent Electoral Commission? Is there an apology? Honorable Ngobeni?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say, Chair, that I will probably have to leave after the IEC's presentation. Thanks.
Noted. Any member want to put an apology? Thank you. IEC, any apology?
Chairperson, good morning to you and the honorable members. There are no apologies. We are all present. Thank you.
Government Printing Works, apologies.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, members and colleagues. We haven't received any apologies for this meeting, so all of us are here. Thank you so much, Chair.
Can I get a sense from the Parliamentary Legal Services if you appreciated our request to defer the item?
Chairperson, thanks. It's okay, Chairperson. We can present on Friday.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. If there's no any apology, all apologies have been noted. We'll now invite.
Chair, there's an apology from Ms. Mohammed. She's still off sick, and also Mr. Hala is attending another meeting. He might join us later. That's all.
Noted. We'll invite the chairperson of the IEC to introduce the report, and thereafter we'll invite the minister to introduce the report of the government printing works. Chairperson of the IEC.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. The minister, the deputy minister, members of the Department of Home Affairs, the DG and his staff, my colleagues in the commission, the CEO, good morning to you all. Thank you for having us today for the 2026-2027 annual performance and budget, annual performance plan and budget. We take this meeting on the ground in Nongoma in KwaZulu-Natal. We are going to be here for a week doing some work on the ground. We are preparing for elections in earnest. And Chairperson, if you will permit me, let me indicate to you that we have received a report on the survey we had commissioned concerning the possible participation by voters and the challenges that they are putting to us to deal with. That report at an appropriate opportunity will possibly share with you. It is a very difficult report on this occasion. It requires of us to put extraordinary amounts of work to ensure that we reach voters, that we get people to look forward to registering and voting. But clearly, we will not be the only institution or the only stakeholder that would need to do that. It is particularly concerning about KwaZulu-Natal. That's why the Commission is here for this week and doing work on the ground with political parties, civil society organizations, traditional leadership institutions, faith-based institutions, and civil society in general. But we're also dealing with the media practitioners to get people to be excited. It is pointing out that in KwaZulu-Natal, the challenges are indeed significant. We'll talk about that on another occasion. But I think it is important to also say that there is a lot of work we have already commissioned in the outreach space. We have employed over 830 municipal outreach coordinators countrywide. They are already in the field. They are doing work not only on their own, they are coordinating work with communities, with faith-based institutions, civil society, and all the electoral stakeholders. We have launched in March the schools democracy program, which we work with the Department of Basic Education. That work began in March. It will run through until September. We are encouraging young people to get to know and participate in the nation's democracy work. This is an important initiative because when they learn young, we hope that they will continue to do what they have learned even when they grow older. We also have tertiary institutions campaign that's going to be running, or is running rather, since March, and will run through September too. This is a campaign we run in institutions of higher learning, encouraging those students there and the communities that work in those institutions to also have opportunities to register and participate in the elections. We also have an education theater campaign where we use edutainment for civic and democracy education across society. We have begun work with the SABC. Many of you would have seen work that we have begun, short videos, messaging about registration and voting. We have run a very successful campaign on getting people to register themselves online. These are programs, amongst others, that are running, and we hope to continue to work with community radio stations that we have already identified. Work is proceeding there also on radio and televisions as well. I say these things not because we need to talk about them today. I say them because work is underway earnestly in relation to the elections, the upcoming local government elections. We think it is important we begin early. We say these messages consistently and see what the initiatives how these initiatives will help communities at large. Should there be a need, we will augment them as may be appropriate, and we will certainly bring capacity as may be necessary. Chair, I thought I must open by saying this. For now, let us deal with the annual performance plan and the budget. And we want to thank you and the committee for your understanding that we take this meeting in the manner that we do, and that by 11, you will let us go to the engagement that we have with the King in this part of the world. Thank you indeed, and I will now submit or hand over to the Chief Electoral Officer with your permission. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Chairperson, for those opening remarks. The Chief Electoral Officer.
Thank you, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. We're going to do the presentation in two parts. I'll deal very quickly with the preparations for LGE. And the reason we do so is because the context of this budget is to support the delivery of the elections in this financial year. Hence, you need to have a glimpse of our activities for the preparations of the elections. I think, Chair, at some appropriate moment, the Commission can come to do a full briefing on the readiness for the election. Can we go to the next slide? Yes, thanks. Members of the Portfolio Committee, we are way ahead with the technical preparations for the elections. In other words, looking at our ICT infrastructure for the delivery of the elections. So we are undertaking, we're at about 80% complete with a platform upgrade. That platform upgrade entails the acquisition of new hardware by servers, storage, PCs, on the one hand, but also the software from migrating to Windows 11 and then server 2022. This is important because upgraded technical platform for the delivery implies improved security and reliability of our infrastructure. Secondly, we are just finalizing a project plan with Telkom to migrate our connectivity, our WAN connectivity from a metro line, what we call an MPLS line, to an SD-WAN architectural framework. Basically, all our offices will be breaking out into the internet directly instead of coming to head office first and only from head office to break into the internet. We've concluded the review and the remediation of the problems that we experienced on the VMD. That app has been reviewed and remediated. We are, however, finalizing contracting with a panel of external auditors to have a second look, if you like, at the code, volume testing, and all other related testing that we need on the VMD before we deploy to the ground. So we will do this certainly before the major electoral events that are underpinned by this by this budget and APP. We've secured handheld scanners who will work in conjunction with the VMDs to improve the scanning of IDs so that it's quicker and without difficulty. So those we've received the part consignment. The balance will be received before the next major electoral event. Of course, ahead of any elections, the Municipal Demarcation Board must review all wards in the country. They've done so, and they've handed all new wards to the IEC on the 12th of December last year. There are, however, 4 municipalities in the province of KZN where the process was not concluded and therefore not handed over to the IEC. Those municipalities are eThekwini Metro, Nkosi Langalibalele, Alfred Duma, and Mkambatini municipalities. So those four wards for those four municipalities are yet to be received by the IEC. We are in discussions with the board, and they indicated that they should be in a position to hand over those four residual municipalities by the end of April, around the 29th of April. On the basis of the final wards, we've undertaken a voting district redelimitation exercise, which involved us going to the ground, visiting every voting district that was affected by, or rather impacted by, the new wards. We've done so in conjunction with the municipal party political liaison committees, because there needed to be local knowledge about whether to create new voting districts and therefore new voting stations, and so on. And the second aspect of that exercise pertained to the choice of a suitable voting station. Really, this was an opportunity for political parties in conjunction with the IC at the local level in the municipal political liaison committee to agree on a choice of a suitable voting station. We are now receiving the fruits of that work that has happened on the ground, and we are integrating that into the GIS. And once that is done, we should be then to move into the new delimitation set for 2026-2027 elections. We've reviewed our electoral staff recruitment criteria and agreed with the National Political Liaison Committee on that criteria. In broad strokes, that criteria says for you to occupy the role of presiding officer and deputy, you need to have a minimum of 8 years experience. That is necessary because a voting station on election day is indeed a high-pressured environment, which requires mental alertness, which requires supervised experience to deal with the exigencies of intemperate voters sometimes, organizing people in queues properly, and so making management decisions inside the voting station. Of course, that does not preclude opportunities for persons who are young and they're unemployed. They will be given opportunities in the rest of the other roles within the voting station. So it is not a zero-sum game. We need that strategic management of a voting station, and that is supported by experience. However, opportunities are availed to deal with the socio-economic reality of the country insofar as the youth and others are concerned. So in terms of outreach activities, the chairperson has already reported that our voter participation survey has been completed, and we've shared with political parties the outcomes of that research. We have launched the logo and the tagline to support our campaign message for this election, which is "Get up, show up, and vote." And 90. At the time we submitted the report, we were at 91 of the MOG's municipal outreach coordinators appointed. That has since moved to 96%. Now, no, don't just stay there. Just 1 second. Just go back. Yes, thanks. We also, in conjunction with the SABC Education, we have produced a 10-episode youth program called Beats My Peeps. Really, it's a very youthful, engaging civic and democracy education program, which will be on air in the month of, or from the month of May. It's a 10-episode thing to really address the situation of the participation of young persons. We also have launched an IC podcast, because podcasts are what young people listen to. This is how they receive information. That IC podcast will be, if you like, broadcast twice a month. Our call center has been activated to assist voters with queries about their registration status, their addresses, and those that have not registered, where to register, and so on. We are expanding our internal social media capacity. We will be ramping up in the next few weeks. All in all, our social media team will have about 11 people working 24/7 to look after our social media accounts, and also tracking the whole social media edifice to see how election 2026 is evolving, and what the debates are on social media related to the evolving electoral process. Thanks, Don. We can go to the next. Chairperson, this is our roadmap to the elections. We are currently in the yellow phase of the process. We are really about to finalize the delimitation exercise, whereafter we will do a targeted communication and registration process in the VDs that are either new or have been affected by the ward, by the new wards. That will be ahead of a registration weekend, which has been announced for 20th and 21st of June. The second registration weekend will be held at the beginning of August, whereafter we anticipate that Minister Hlabisa will proclaim the election date. And the election date, the proclamation of the election date has two legal consequences. Firstly, the Commission must, at that point, publish an election timetable. The import of the election timetable is to indicate which electoral activity must be performed and by what date and time. So that's the first legal consequence of the proclamation of the election date. The second consequence of the proclamation of the election date is that the voters' roll closes on the evening, on the night of the day. So the most important thing is the date for the candidate nomination. We will open the system for candidate nomination as soon as the date is proclaimed. But our advice to all political players and so on is that be sure to have your candidates' processes concluded no later than the 30th of July, because soon after Minister Tlhabisa proclaims the election date, parties will be called upon to make their submissions. Now, a big number of objections in last year's, in 2024 elections, rather court cases related to matters pertaining to candidate nomination. So we've done workshops in all the 9 provinces for unregistered parties as well as prospective independents to ensure that everybody is given information about the nomination processes well ahead of time. So that's already done. We did that in December and November 2025. The rest, I think, we'll leave it at that for now. And as we indicated, at an appropriate moment, we can come for a full readiness briefing to the Portfolio Committee. I'll ask the CFO to take us through performance information and the budget. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'll take us through the performance plan, the APP, the annual performance plan, without regurgitating what the CEO has said, but I will highlight the key elements of our APP. We are looking at a budget allocation of 3.1 billion for the year 26-27. We do have 15 strategic targets. Again, in addition to that, we are looking to have 2 registration weekends and then the much anticipated 26-27 LGE. If we go to Program 1 is our administration target. Here we really seek what is an outcome in terms of Program 1 administration. Here we seek to strengthen institutional effectiveness. That's the outcome that we target for this program. If you then look at the targets that we have in this program, we've got 4 strategic targets. The first one, we do look to have 4 strategic registers being maintained. This is because we've got a highly complex, very risky operation, and hence it's very important for us to really monitor and keep our pulse on the risk and look at how we mitigate those risks. Secondly, at the heart of our operation is ICT, and stability of our ICT environment is very important. We do look to actually maintain the stability, and how we plan to actually measure that is, one, to make sure that 90% of the 2,196 hours are achieved to ensure that stability. The third target under Program 1 is that we need to make sure that we've got enough staff. Now, this is the core staff that is this target relates to permanent staff and not our additional capacity. Here we've got 938 funded posts. Our target is to ensure that 90% of those funded posts are basically filled as at year end. Next, we look at the clean audit. We do want to maintain a clean audit. We don't take the funds for granted that we receive from the public. So we do want to maintain the clean audit, ensure that the funds are really utilized in terms of the applicable laws and regulation, and hence the target remains at a strategic level. If we then go to Program 2, the outcome of Program 2, here we want to really focus on the strategic outcome of managing and delivering free and fair election. And the outcome here is to ensure that we have free and fair elections are delivered. If you then look at Program 2, we've got 2 strategic targets. The first one, we want to ensure only 0.5% of the elections are set aside. Why do we say this? If you look at the composition of the LGE elections, you almost need to look at it as about 4,600 small elections that have been held that make up then the target that we want to target of only a minute amount of 0.5 of those elections being set aside that make up the LGE. If you then look at the voters' roll, we want to make sure that on our voters' roll, as at year end, we have 28 million eligible citizens on the voters' roll. A bulk of that number, if not all, will be really try to achieve it with the 2 registration weekends, although registration will continue up until the LGE event in the prescribed period. If you then go to program 3, our outreach program, here our outcomes is to ensure that we keep our citizens informed about democracy, and we do this with a different engagement with the citizens as well as our applicable stakeholders. Under program 3, we've got 5 targets. The first one will provide leadership and dialogue and thought leadership. So what we plan to do here, we're going to have 4 researchers. We're also going to have 7 thought leadership and dialogues that we ensure that we achieve by end of the year. We're also going to have a huge number of activities around our civic and democracy education. Here we're actually targeting to have 160,000 events. We are also going to continue and have our stakeholder engagements, which is going to be 148 that we're targeting. The last target on this program is then to say on our communication campaigns, we are looking to have impressions of 1.8 billion. Now, let me just park there. When we say 1.8 billion, we're not saying the population is 1.8 billion. So what we're trying to measure here is the number of times that people are engaging or getting an opportunity to interface or interact with our campaigns. So one individual can most probably see an advert on TV more than once, 5 times, 6 times. So it's a number of frequency that they really get to see these campaigns on the different platforms. And we do this through multiple media platforms as well as campaigns, and hence the target of 1.8 billion. If we then move to the last program being political funding, here we really want to ensure that there's transparency in the multi-party democracy political funding. So that's what we're trying to achieve with this program. If we look at the targets here, we do have 4 targets. The first one, we want to make sure that we've got 4 disbursements that happen throughout the year to the represented parties as well as the independents. Secondly, we do want to target that we have 20 liaison sessions to keep our stakeholders informed about the programs and the activities in the programs. Thirdly, we are going to have 4 publications of the disclosures that have been made to the Commission on the donations made to the different political fundings, political parties, as well as independent representatives. Then lastly, on this program, we then also want to achieve 100% of valid complaints and investigations received. Now, what we're trying to do here is we are going to make sure of the valid, most importantly valid, complaints that we receive, we will investigate. So it's for us to investigate, we do need substantial information. And it's just not just a random call or a random complaint that's going to initiate an investigation. So we do need substantial information to then trigger an investigation so that the target is met. So what we receive will then investigate. If we then move into the budget, I want us to start with the allocation. The allocation is 3.1 billion. And the reason why I want to emphasize on the word allocation, because there is a difference between what you allocated and ultimately what you spend. And the spend is informed by the savings that you make in addition to the allocation that you have. But I'll unpack it as we present it. So 26-27, you'll see it's got 3.1 billion. Of the 3.1 billion, this is how we have dissected it. 1.1 billion has gone towards administration, 1.5 billion has gone towards electoral operation, 439 million has gone towards outreach, and then lastly, 23 million has then gone to political funding. Now, how are we going to fund 26-27 LGE, including the 2 registration weekends? I think before we get into dissecting how we're funding, I think it's very important we look at the history of the expenditure in terms of our election cycle. If you go to the year 2020-2021, it was a non-election year, but it was a COVID period. There we expensed 1.1 billion, give and take 1.2 billion. The question would be, how do you then touch a 1.2 billion mark in a non-election year? One, the IEC after an election cycle does not close up its operation. We continue to operate. We've got a national office. We've got offices around the country, far exceeding 230 offices. In addition to that, we've got permanent staff. We've got activities that happen. We've got activities such as civic and democracy that we do out and outreach programs that still require funding. And also, in addition to the day-to-day operation, we do prepare for an upcoming election cycle. We don't just procure on the year that we do have an election activity, but we prepare in advance. If you then look at 21-22, we've got one registration that happened in LGE. There we had an expenditure of 2.6 billion. 22-23 was a non-election year. We then also hit the mark of 1.4 billion. The same rationale also applies that I already explained in 2020-21 of why you would have expenditure going over the mark of 1 billion. When you look at 22-23, we had two registration weekends. There we had an expenditure of 2.6 billion. If you then go to 24-25, that was the NPE. Must emphasize that was one election event. And that gave us an expenditure of 3.1 billion. The first time in the 5 years that we exceeded the 3 billion mark in every financial year. If we then move into the next slide, you'll see then this graphically depicts what I've been saying. But the reason why I want to take time on the slide is so that we can explain the principle of retained surplus. If you look at 22-23, our baseline was 2.2 billion. Our actual expenditure was 1.4 billion, but we made savings of 756 million. 23-24 was two registration weekends, giving us an allocation of 2.2 billion. Expenditure was 2.6 billion, a loss of 374 million. Now, how did we cushion that 374 million? It's based on savings that were made in the previous financial years, which we define as retained surplus. And 22-23 illustrates to you the 756 being one of those amounts that we saved. If we then move on to 24-25, which is the NPE, we had one election event. There we are baseline. The allocation was 2.3 billion. Expenditure was 3.1 billion. And then lastly, we show a loss of 820 million. How did we cushion that? It was coming from the savings made in the previous financial years that we had accumulated and rolled over to cushion those losses. If you then go to 25-26, which is the year under review, our baseline allocation is 4.3 billion. This includes the additional 1 billion that we just received in the last financial month of March. That amount has been received as well as allocated and received the actual cash from apologies. Anticipated expenditure for 25-26 is going to be 2.8 billion. We are in a non-election year, so we will be making a savings of 1.5 billion. That 2.8 billion is informed also by expenditure being incurred already as part of procurements in preparation for 26-27, which will see us having 3 election activities. If we then go to the year under review, 26-27, the year under consideration is 26-27. There's 2 registration weekends. One LGE, the first time we've got 3 election activities in the last 5 years. There we are looking at an allocation of 3.1 billion, which I've discussed up front. We are looking at expenditure of 4.75 billion, taking us very close to 5 billion. And we then have a loss of 1.6 billion. I'm going to then emphasize that if you then look at the history, we do accumulate those savings then that help us cushion the losses. I'll then move to the subsequent year. If I then summarize 26-27, just to reiterate, the allocation is 3.1 billion. The estimated expenditure for 26-27 is 4.75 billion. The deficit is 1.6 billion. That 1.6 billion is going to be funded by the savings that we've made in the prior years, including the amount of 1.1 billion that was actually allocated to us and received in March 2025. Now, the additional 1.1 billion is indicated, was allocated. We have received this. It will cushion our loss for 2026, but it will form part of the 2026 retention of surplus. Now, what does this mean? It does pose this risk from an operation side, but a risk that we've properly mitigated. So what we've had is that we've had a discussion with National Treasury about the impact of the amount forming part of the retained surplus. So for an entity to access the retained surplus, it's required that we submit audited financial statement as at after the 31st of July, once National Treasury considers the submission and request for retained surplus, they then allow you to tap into those resources. But we do have to plan for the election activities. So what we've organized and agreed with National Treasury is that the 3.1 billion that already forms part of our current year's allocation will be drawn down much faster so that we utilize a significant portion of the 3.1 billion within the next 6 months so that we continue with the preparations for the election. The latter part of the year will then consume the part that form part of the retained surplus, and that will then absorb all the costs for election that are consumption based. So I think it's fair to say we are funded for the elections. We are in constant discussion with the National Treasury in terms of managing cash flows, because it's one thing getting a budget approved and an allocation, but the issue then comes in how do you manage the cash flows to funding those election activities, and timing becomes of critical importance. From past experience, I also must emphasize we've never had a situation where our retained surplus was not approved. And this really goes to the interaction and the discussions that we have with National Treasury in really outlining and articulating how operations work, the importance of timing and the importance of cash flow in terms of running the elections. Chairperson, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO and the Chief Electoral Officer. Members, this is a briefing from the Independent Electoral Commission. I'm inviting you to interact with the presentation. After that, we'll then invite the IEC to respond or comment, invite Deputy Minister to comment and the Minister to comment. Members?
Hand is up.
Yeah, can you proceed, Honorable Machi?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I've got to thank the IEC for the presentation. It's well prepared. It's giving hope. My first question will be regarding the voter registration and youth empathy. We can see that they are trying. They've made some efforts. They're even now still dealing with the issue of attracting the youth. So now, I would like to find out how will they measure their success. The second question regarding the voter registration, the target of registering 28 million voters by 31 March is ambitious. What strategies are being deployed to reach this target, particularly in underrepresented or rural communities? Thank you, Chairperson. And then, okay, let me take the funding. Given the projected defense of approximately 1.6 billion for the 2026-2027 financial year, what concrete measures is the Commission implementing to ensure that the delivery of free and fair elections is not compromised? The last one, how does the department ensure that its strategy objectives and annual targets are fully aligned with national priorities and the medium-term development plan, particularly in light of current fiscal constraints? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machi. Honorable Mukhale.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members and the IEC. Chairperson, I have 4 issues that I want to raise. Firstly, Chair, in our IEC last year, we had raised the issues around the lack of addresses for some of the voters on the voters roll. And we were informed that the IEC is going to have a meeting with all the provincial managers around that particular issue and will then come and give a comprehensive response. And we have not received any response regarding that issue, because now we're going into the local government election, which needs voters to have addresses so that they can be allocated properly in the wards where they belong. So I would like to get a response from the IEC on that. Secondly, Chair, is the issue of the voter registration app. Chairperson, that app, we indicated even last time that it has a limit in terms of the number of people that I can register as an individual. I can assist to register. And we had requested that the IEC remove that limit so that we can be able to register more people on our side. And also the fact that the app continues to malfunction now and then, because some of us were busy with the process of the voter registration, Chair. So we pick up these issues on a daily basis. So that app, sometimes it gets stuck and you are unable to complete the process of registration. So I want to hear what the IEC solution around that is, Chairperson. Thirdly, Chair, the target of 28, in fact, it's not 28 million. I don't think they are saying that they are targeting, they want to register 28 million. I think currently the voters roll should be sitting at around 2.27 million. So the IEC, the target that they are setting for themselves, in my view, Chair, is very low in terms of the number of people that they want to get registered with this upcoming two registration weekend. So that target, in my view, Chair, it's very low. So what is the IEC doing in terms of ensuring that they are able to push up the numbers of people who are not registered? And lastly, Chair, we raised the issue of the lifestyle audits when we did the 2024 elections report. But we have not received any kind of feedback in that regard as to whether that thing is being implemented or is not. So we want to hear from the IEC, what is the progress concerning that, regarding that issue? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mohale. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair. Just three quick points. Firstly, the procuring of the National Office Building. If we can just get an update on that and what the timeline is for that. Then secondly, it's good to see that there will be the external testing of the VMDs as this committee has recommended. My question is, what is the deadline for that testing? Because we as a committee need to receive the report on that before the registration weekend. So what is the deadline of that external testing project for the VMDs? And then finally, Chair, we raised the issue of web content accessibility so that for disability access to the IEC websites and the different elements to that. What is the progress in terms of making all the websites web content accessibility guideline compliant? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think as well, I think we appreciate and welcome the presentation by the IEC. Chair, my first question is the concern as well on the presentation of when the CEO was presenting on the volume testing of the VMD that will be done prior. He said it will be done prior to the election event. My concern is the risk of why prior closer. Why don't you do the testing way earlier, far before the closer to the voting day? Because I think there are methodologies in the testing methodologies that can simulate the volume of that those VMD will take way before. So I think CEO, there is a risk there. We would request that please, if you can move your testing to be far way before the close of election, so that you know your problems way ahead, not even closer to the election period, and try to use exactly simulation tools that will exactly mimic the volumes that you'll experience, so that you sit with the problems that you know how to resolve exactly on the time of election. That was the request to try CO and minimize that risk of waiting to test these critical tools closer to the elections. And then on the technology and infrastructure upgrade, the migration to Windows Server 22 and SD-WAN is a major technical undertaking, CO. What are the risks associated with these upgrades, and how will the Commission ensure system stability and security during this transition when you do this measure? Because these are huge upgrades. And again, we request again, CEO and the IEC team, that when you do these, especially technical upgrade, please test them thoroughly and then test them accordingly. Use all the testing methodologies that make sure that when it's a day of the event, we don't experience glitches at exact time of things that we all are taken by surprises of. That's the second question to the IEC team. And then the third one, I was concerned when the CFO was presenting. I think if I got the CFO correctly, he said they are targeting the uptime to be at 90%. My concern is that 90% is too low in terms of the ICT standard. The IEC must try and target the 99.9% uptime for these targeting of the uptime. 90% is too low. But if then the CFO can give us comfort that is this an acceptable standard within the IEC, but according to my understanding of IEC, 90%, that 10% leverage of failure of the downtime, to me, 10% is too much. We would like that the IEC try and target at least 99.9%. So that's on the technical upgrade. Then on the staff recruitment and training, what is the plan for managing staff turnover and maintaining institutional knowledge between the election cycle? The reason I'm asking this, CEO and the IEC team, is that we'd like to see the IEC minimizing the intake of new people to manage elections, because to minimize the intake of new people who has low knowledge in managing election, if they can try and explain to us that what are they targeting as their retention rate for people that will be those temp people that they will be intaking. Because our risk and worry there as well is for these people who have low knowledge in managing elections. Sometimes when the queues are still large and then the closing date of election is at 10, they start to turn people away and say, now I'm closing at 10. I don't care whether the queue is long. So those things are done by people who haven't been having experience in managing these elections on year by IEC. So the question there is to find out from the IEC, what is the retention rate of people, and even if it's temp staff, that they will be running the elections during the local government election. That was my last question, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Jama.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one issue. It's on electoral staff recruitment criteria. I just wanted to know if we're able to get sight of that. We can see what criteria has been put in place there. I know in our last meeting there was mention that because young people lack experience, there were posts that they wouldn't be touted for. I did request in that meeting that we be given what study was used to come to the conclusion that young people were experiencing challenges in those posts. That wasn't shared as well. I think there was also a suggestion from ourselves to the IEC that they collaborate with the NYDA in trying to answer the issue of youth apathy. I did see there was a post on social media of the IEC meeting with the NYDA. I wanted to know if there was any progress in that collaboration. And then lastly, Chair, I just want to know the show that the IEC has put together and the podcast, where would these air? Like, is there a particular channel? Where would people be able to access that work? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jama. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all of the colleagues. I just have a couple of questions, but primarily to build on, I think, Honorable Mokhale and Honorable Ngubane kind of covered me, but I want to develop those thoughts. We've all been exposed now to the SIU report with regards to how our citizenship has been abused. I want to just test the integrity of our voters' roll. What are the safeguards that are in place that will ensure that there's the integrity of our voters' roll, especially in the context of migration, informal settlements? We've seen there's a lot of those, and I think Honorable Mokhale did ask the question around address verification challenges. If that can be developed a little bit further, but my primary interest, of course, we want more registered voters and we want them to show up. But how sure are we that the people who are voting are the people who are actually supposed to vote? The other question I have is around the outreach. We spoke about, I think the CFO spoke about the project for voter education, all of the events that are being held, including podcasts and all of these outreach activities and opportunities that speak to that 1.8 billion rand impressions. How are we going to measure that behavior actually changes? How are we just going to hope that people actually, turn up, or are we going to say, the mark of success is that we have had these many impressions? What happens when those impressions don't turn into actual, feet on the ground that are actually going to turn up and vote? The other question that I have is with regards to, I think Honorable Ngubane touched on this, the migration of core systems. What are the assurances that INC can provide that the upgrades won't introduce instability and vulnerabilities on voting day? I think all of the voting day challenges we've all experienced, and we want to make sure that they are lessened. And I think my final question is around the late funding, because I think the CFO acknowledged that there will be additional funding, but it will only arrive after August due to audit processes. My sense is that this potentially will disrupt your ability to meet procurement deadlines. What plans are in place to guarantee that procurement delays won't translate into compromised election readiness? Just that assurance, particularly here we're speaking to rural and high pressure municipalities that may not have the kinds of connectivity and also the long distances that are also part of the reality in those parts of the country. I think I'll end it there. Thank you.
No, thanks, honorable members, for your comments. I have two issues, CEO, in relation to, you recall that we had the system collapse during the previous national and provincial elections, and it will indicate that you have put system in place in relation to how we're going to approach the 2026 local government elections. To what extent are you engaging with the security cluster so that we mitigate some of the issues that might have identified in that period of elections? You'll know that these elections are going to be highly tensed in terms of contest, and the IEC is going to be in a spotlight in terms of its operations and systems, because we all draw lessons from the previous system collapse. The second one is what it has been raised in the platform in terms of your app system. If you can demonstrate what are the threats you have identified for that app to be limited in a manner that Honorable Mokhale has highlighted. I want also to raise the issue that Honorable Ngobeni has raised. I think the CFO has highlighted that there may be negative impact given the fund or the release of surplus that need to be apportioned to the work of the IEC. And you ought to prioritize or reprioritize some of the operational funds in order to meet the obligations for the elections. If you prioritize or compromise some of this operational, will it be have a continuous negative impact towards the local government elections, so that it compromise the work that you are doing as the Independent Electoral Commission? The last one is around your outreach in terms of highly acknowledged that you are reaching out to all sectors of the youth, including learners and in high education. There's no indication in terms of the work that you do with the traditional leadership. And I know that you may cite that you are going to meet the traditional leadership in KwaZulu-Natal. You have not put more efforts in terms of exposing the committee to what extent the traditional leadership, because it's one sector that obviously interact with the communities in rural areas. CEO, you are indicating that the timetable may be a bit tight once the minister declared the date of the local government elections, and that will put pressure on political parties or independent, those that are contesting for the local government election. Don't you think that you will unnecessarily put pressure on the work of the political parties, other than to plan ahead in terms of the draft timetable for the local government elections with the liaison committee that at least will give an indication and prepare all interested participants to be alert given the tight schedule that may arise as we proceed to local government elections. We'll now invite the CEO, and then you'll apportion responsibilities, and therefore we'll invite commissioners, and we'll invite the DM and the minister to comment on the issues. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also acknowledge the minister and the deputy minister. Chair, when all is said and done, the success of an election has to be measured in terms of the number of citizens who cast their ballots. In other words, all the efforts that are underpinned by this APP must result in an improved voter turnout, because that speaks to the health status of our democracy ultimately. So all these things that we are doing, the little different chunks of work that happen, must coalesce to give people a good voting experience on the day and with improved numbers. That's the ultimate yardstick to measure the health status of an electoral democracy. So in terms of what strategies are we using to increase voter registration, they are multifold. Firstly, we are at the moment implementing the Schools Democracy Week. Of course, the chair did mention it's running from now in the month of April right through to September. Its purpose is to engage learners in the schooling system on civic and democracy education, but then partnering with Home Affairs, issuing identity documents to learners and eventually registering them. The second leg is the tertiary institutions campaign, which we did from last year, where we, if you like, engage students themselves to do civic and democracy education as well as register. It was reactivated again at the beginning of this calendar year within all campuses. Thirdly, on the 27th of May, we will be launching our campaign, our communication campaign to support the first registration weekend. It will be on television, community radio, commercial radio, social media, and a bit as well on print media. But we are also engaging stakeholders. We have a program of engagement with different stakeholders, including traditional leaders, because they play an important role in a number of communities, traditional communities. So they are part of that program that we engage in. We started, but we'll continue to meet with the different sectors of society so that we give them the necessary information, but also we ask them to buy into the electoral project by communicating the necessary messages and so on. This APP arises from our strategic plan 2025 to 2030. And that strategic plan has been submitted to the Department of Performance Monitoring. I may get the name of the department wrong, but it's situated in the presidency, DPME. They've looked at the strategic plan and they then gave comments, which we then integrated to ensure that it finds alignment with the national priorities. Furthermore, this very APP has been subject of the same process, where the DPME has looked at it, gave our advice, which advice has now been integrated into the document The issues related to registration, I'll ask Mr. Shuburi to deal with those. And the issue related to lifestyle audits that has been made here. There was a question we received in September last year. I think it was question 36 of 2025, which raised the same question, and we have responded, and an answer has been submitted in relation to that. Should it be necessary, we can refile the response. Now, the question around the copy of the recruitment and training criteria that is available, it will be made available together with a resubmission of the response. On which channel is our podcast? It's on YouTube and all Meta platforms, Facebook and so on. Then the issue about migrating, the process of migrating our ICT architecture started last year. We are almost at the tail end of that project. So we are really doing the final things at the moment. The bulk of the migration has already happened, and that was preceded by our own testing to ensure that there's little disruption. Then the issues related to the leaderboard in the result center. We are at the moment in a phase to enhance our result system. Once the enhancements are done, we are already out in the market for an external auditor who will come and independently review the code, review the security features, and all related questions on the result system. Once that work is complete, we will also invite political parties to bring their own auditors so that they may audit the system and make their own findings in terms of the functionality and the security features of the result system. So all those are on. To minimize potential for a recurrence, we're looking at the possibility of doing a what we call internally a virtual ROC. You could get reports of the other guys in a secure way, where maybe you don't have to be physically located inside the ROC. And part of that project ameliorate the root causes that led to the leaderboard going off for 2 hours. So that work is in a conceptual phase, so to speak, but we are already market for appropriate skills from CAT in relation to that work. The electoral I think we take the counsel from the from Chesson. You know, we take your counsel and it's well. The only comment is that in 20 way we attempted to go beyond the 90 days. The Constitutional Court was clear that it's in our constitutional edifice is such that you can't go beyond that which the Constitution is a permissible period for conducting of the election. So, which is why we went early to political parties, to prospective independent candidates, to give them the information so that that work really happens now inside political parties. We know that times is not an easy hold inside, which is why we are asking parties, even at this age, to say, yes, your process such that by the 30th, end of July, you are ready with your submissions. Then the issue about the office building. We to the mat through and we were not successful with a preferred bidder. We then revised the specifications to ensure that attract too many hotel. The process has closed, and our bid adjudication is reviewing the outcome. And once that once the committee submit the submissions, will then of what outcome is. Mr. Gubani, the time we hear you. That we need to be a little bit more ambitious than the 90%, which you say too low. The factor there really, the fact that we are affected by load redundancy in many of valley, where we some availability because of malfunctioning, but because load reduction related things. So we will revise for the future, hoping things such as load reduction and related things are also resolved going forward. Then through you, Chairperson, I'll ask before Mr. Gurandesi deal with the questions related to registration and fee. But before the Chair, I think it is important that we this issue today. That in terms of the existing legal framework, in local government election, there is no Section 24A, which means voters have two voting stations in the ward in which they are ordinarily resident. And there is no legal capacity to say, no, I'll be somewhere I can vote there. And the reinforcement understand the local government election has a territorial based election, and that is expressed through a ward, and that can influence a election if you're not ordinarily resident. I think that understanding, it's important that it's clear from the word avoid confusion. We, as a commission, we have the view of this committee 24A has to review at some point, but that relates to national and provincial elections, and will be dealt with at some future point. As for local government election, no Section 24A. I'll ask who and on order registering questions and the finance questions. Thank you.
They can proceed, Mr. Shibun.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee, commissioners, colleagues. I will deal with the questions on registration out of also with the maintenance of the voters' role and measures to safeguard the credibility of a role that we place in election. How will the Commission measure the success of the target on meet? The target is expressed in numerical terms. In other words, at the end of March next year, we must have more than 28 million persons registered on the roll. That will be the indicator of success or vice. The second question related to the numerical target of 20 million, whether it is ambitious and how we propose to meet that target. The target is not a thumb left roughly from the following. We consider historical loss of persons from the voters' roll. We estimate that on average lose about 30,000 voters from the roll every month. So which means the target you set must be such that the numbers reverse the net decline roll even before you can get an increase. So the roll index declines. And for you to arrive at the 8 million, you must register more people than 30,000 average that you lose a month and have as close to 28 million as possible. There's also a question that the 28 million as a target is not is a very target. We hear the point. We will reflect on that, and in subsequent meetings indicate what it is that we will do or we have done about numerical 28 million. But big, it is the target in the APP. It is the target in the strategic plan. Next question are the address voters and modalities of registering voters and the business rules underpin those modalities. First estimate we have just under 1 million votes without address on the roll or with addresses that are not conventional addresses. It is useful to take a reflection from CAM and employ on the utility of an address in action. In terms of constitutional court judgment, and it serves two functional purposes: to enable the chief electoral officer to place a person on the segment of the roll linked the ward or political which the person is, must be linked to the place of ordinary residence. The second is to facilitate canvassing contents. In other words, if there's an address the voters roll, can an independent candidate party use that address to find the voter on the door and canvass them? What is important is that even in that the court has said votes without an address is valid because the court said that that's countrymen and countrywomen who, for no fault on their part, stay in areas where there are conventions. For that purpose, Parliament has made a policy decision to safeguard the continuity of us by providing for a mechanism in terms of Section 47 of the Municipal Act. In other words, a mechanism that has rights of citizens without an address. Those must first provide an address or a description of their place of ordinary residence before they are allowed to vote. The request that the Commission must remove the limits on the app offenders. When the online platform was first introduced, it had because the Commission actually understood the even development in the country. The Commission understood that there will be communities where everyone has access to a smartphone, or even if they do, not everyone would have access to data. And the business rule was such that a person with a smartphone and data could assist member house members to register as voters. Because we monitored things over time, it became evident by elections, it became evident in the case of objections that in terms of Section 15 to the voters' roll, there was orchestrated abuse of that facility. Faced with that reality, the Commission had to revise the scheme so that it contains a scheme that's one, its fairness and fair election, while still being facilitative of access to France. So inside with the Commission business rule. The business rule is a person with smartphone data can still assist other persons register as voters. It's not on that. The only limit that they place is that being assisted must be able to receive the one-time authentication PIN, the number, knowing the number of a person who is facilitating that to deal with the mischief on voters. Next question, and almost the last one, is what are the steps to ensure the integrity of the voters' roll? The question, let's put it, voting is one of the key benefits of citizenship. The Commission independently maintains the voters' roll, while the Department of Home Affairs is custodian for citizen ID and therefore the national population. So practically, when it applies for registration, we harvest the identity, run a comparison against the national population register, ensure, one, that the ID number is a legitimate identifier, one, two, that identifier that it is because the right to franchise the benefit of citizenship. Once that test is met and placed on the voice roll, which the Commission maintains, we run frequent comparisons between the vote roll and the national population register so that we can pick up changes in status. For example, a person was a citizen, they are no longer a citizen. A person was alive, they are no longer alive. Their status has changed on the national population register, therefore must inform the status of that person on the questions are provided with quiz voters to enable respect and for them to raise objections against the inclusion, exclusion of certain from segments. Or once the period of objections has closed, the mission is bound to determine objections. Once it has made decisions, the electoral officer is enjoined to give effect to those decisions before he certifies the voter roll for use in impending election. As I conclude my responses to the question, just repeat the obvious which was never raised in the, and that is, the Commission is invested to do voter education. One commission works various do voter education, voter registration. That alone will not let the downward trend because it is quantum improvement in the dividends of democracy. They expect effective governance. They expect improved delivery. And if the two do not coalesce to leaders live the peace, no amount of outreach or votation will be downward of voter participation. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Chair Ndisa. I'll start on the policy question regarding our funding. So our funding does like the plan and done, which is a medium future framework, which really is paid what the potential is and will be required over three plans. Now, on the question with respect to the funding and timing or a risk around the fund, if I can put things to it, you'll remember that education for the current financial year is 8.1 billion, expenditure to be 4.7 billion. Of that 4.7 billion, we want to do the procurement, doesn't in a way jeopardize the risk into our procurement. That's probably then in the consumption base.
Extreme increase in volumes. I think we were over 4 million or just around 4 million recently, which is quite substantially up from sort of 2.7 million that used to be the annual average. So that obviously has required quite a lot of work. And I do think the output in that regard has been met. There is, of course, Chair, potential for important or significant increases in demand going forward, as well as we have expanded access to more bank branches for ID applications. And I think that's an important element to make sure that the entity is able to meet that demand going forward. But also, Chair, mindful of the shift to digital channels, including digital ID, where you could then have people who potentially have both a physical card and their digital ID on a smart device, and what those implications could be for government printing works. So I think that's another big question or issue that the entity is working on. And it's also one of the key areas that Dr. Lubisi's team is looking at. You did refer to the interim report. We just need to get that, and then we can certainly continue with the processing. Obviously, it is an interim document, so not the final version, but I think it does really play an important role in thinking through the implications of the digital shift for a manual printing entity. That is an important and obvious challenge, but also potentially really an opportunity, both in terms of obviously for the country, reducing reliance on manual physical products that is really what the SIU recommendations to a large extent have told us, is that when you can have processes that can be manipulated or physical documents that can be manipulated, that is not good for any country to operate under those circumstances in 2026. And so obviously there's huge opportunity for the country through introduction of digital platforms like your ETA for visa processing, but that has implications for government printing works, on the other hand, in terms of printing physical labels, printing physical products, etc. But potentially also looking at other markets and other opportunities, even within South Africa, where there does remain a demand for physical products. So it's a big rethink, Honourable Chair and colleagues and members. But I do think it's even more complex, because even as you rethink your fit for purpose reforms for a digital world, we are actually seeing a very substantial increase in demand for physical products, at least in the short term. So you can see the balancing act that is actually required in that regard. So, Chair, I think that sets a good context for some of the big issues we are grappling with, and I would urge honourable members to keep that context in mind and really assess the presentation against that shift as the team then presents to the committee. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm happy to hand over through you. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister, for the opening remarks. We'll now invite the CEO of Government Printing Works.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, members, Honourable Minister, GM, DG, Chairperson of the IEC, commissioners, colleagues, the CEO of IEC, and our EXCO members. Chair, let me start by appreciating this opportunity that has been granted to GPW to present its APP as well as the budget for 2026-27 financial year, and humbly also appreciate the support that we have been receiving from this committee. Honourable Chair, kindly allow me to co-present with the CFO during this presentation as it progresses. I would like to really acknowledge the comments by the Minister as well, because as you will see in our presentation, we are indeed moving into the digital shift space, which then enables the sustainability of GPW when printing subsides over the next coming years, as we will see in the industry generally. That's the trend where we are heading. I'm not going to talk to some of the slides. The mandate of GP is clear. In terms of where we tie in with the MTDP priorities, they are the same. We support the same ones that the Department of Home Affairs is also supporting, which is driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, as well as building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Let me rather focus on our commitments over the MTDP period. We are going to continue to produce national security documents to citizens and legal foreign nationals. And as Minister had correctly pointed out as well, we're going to be collaborating with the Department of Home Affairs on refreshing the biometric e-passport series. And we're going to do that by making sure that the smart ID cards are produced and conform to the client specification in this regard, with being the Department of Home Affairs. And 99% of what would have been received will be processed according to the same as the passports. In our quest to contribute to reduction of poverty, we will be recruiting unemployed youth, women and people with disabilities. And over the MTDP period, we are targeting 100 of those into our developmental programs. We are repositioning ourselves as GPW to also embrace opportunities of digitization. And we are going to do that through our support to building a capable and ethical developmental state. And we will ensure that 100% of our annual internal audit plan has been implemented fully. And we want to see the 100% of our business continuity management stage 5 life cycle being implemented as well. 99.9% of exam papers that have been received by GPW for printing, we must make sure that we would have submitted them back in line with the client's expectation. 98.9% of high security certificates will also be produced, and I'll talk to these issues later on in terms of how the digital shift is affecting us in this regard. We'll be having an optimized passport dispatch process and automate that. In fact, this is the unit that currently resides within Home Affairs, but GPW will be taking over that process. In our quest to implement our digital transformation strategy, we're going to make sure that digitally signed barcodes will be produced using the existing PKI, and 98.9% of government gazettes will be published and in line with the customer specifications. Over the MTDP period, we'll be producing 3 digital products and piloting them to ensure that they are fully implemented. And over 80% of our audit findings will be reduced through our implementation of the post-audit action plan. And we will continue in our quest to capture the market in the SADC as well as other African countries, SADC region and other African countries, by making sure that we continue to engage 24 potential customers. We also have been targeting the role of the contact center to make sure that the customer complaints, queries, and compliments are duly attended to, and to also automate that space of work so that we can then respond to customer complaints and queries promptly. Over the MTDP period, we want to see the 10% net profit margin achieved. 80% of our total workforce will be trained to ensure that we have an agile workforce that can coexist with technology, and that will be based on the skills identified in the workplace skills plan. We are continuing with our quest to implement change management initiatives within the department by making sure that 100% of that plan is actually implemented. 80% of the gender-based violence and femicide plan will be implemented. Our ICT maturity assessment plan will be implemented over this period as well, having been developed in the previous financial years. And the security management plan will also be implemented, 100% of that, in view of the fact that we are operating within the national key point framework. And the last one is the 100% of the GPW headquarters building completed. I need to indicate that in the previous financial year, this was the target that was also planned for implementation, but you will see later on that this is the target that has been dropped in view of the fact that the officials have already moved into the new headquarters building. What is our strategic role in line with our repositioning? We need to serve the role of being verification and authentication of digital IDs, particularly on those products that store public keys. And we want to make sure that GPW is properly positioned to ensure that our digital documents are, or even of individuals as well as entities, are properly validated using digital platforms. And we're going to be using cryptographic methods to authenticate users. Ultimately, the goal is to transform into a CA, which is a certification authority, and host the PKI on our platforms, both on-prem as well as on the cloud platforms. We're going to make sure that we continue with printing. And I need to indicate this because when you move from the era where you've been printing for over 130 years, and you need to move into the digital space, there's a transitional period that needs to be recognized so that you don't have a jump that is then unreasonable. So what's going to happen is that we will continue to print the documents in a form of smart ID cards, passport, birth certificates, and other certificates that we've been producing, whilst we also have the digital twins of those products to bridge the gap between the current and the desired end state. What are the key priorities over the MTDP cycle? We will be transforming into a digital trusted center through the provision of digital products and services. We're repositioning our business operations as an enabler and verifier of certification of digital products. to ensure that we remain viable and sustainable into the future. But central to this is the role we perform towards giving the customer an excellent experience through delivery of our timers quality and quantity services, whilst we also delivering hybrid of physical as well as digital offerings to our customers. Return on investment and sound financial management and sustainability of GPW remains key, and we're going to ensure in business continuity investments to make sure that the capacity and the capability that we have enables us to stay afloat and minimize the loss of production time. We are going to be attracting, developing, and retaining the requisite HR to actually make sure that we meet the hybrid and digital market and client demands, and implement the asset management plan to upgrade our facilities, the same as we've done with the new headquarters building. Some of the machinery, particularly those are out of sale and out of warranty, but only to a minimum in as far as we are able to ensure business continuity, to ensure that we meet our future and current operational demands. Gender-based violence and femicide is a pandemic that has been plaguing our country. We also are going to make sure that we implement a strategy to accommodate those people through our specific goals, both in recruitment as well as in supply chain management processes. And we are investing in R&D, research and development, to make sure that we can attract investment and economic opportunities for people within the country as well. And we are intending to put together a polycarbonate assembly plant to make sure that we are able to deliver. I'm not going to delve deeper into each one of this because I have mentioned them. Safe to say that for each and every one of this target, we will then go into the details in the next phase of making sure that we talk to what we've planned for this financial year in particular. So I have mentioned this. In terms of overall performance, GPW has been operating on average between 78 and 88%. And as you can see, from 2019-20 up until 2024-25, we have been operating above 70%, with us ending at 88% in the 24-25. 25-26 financial year, we ended up with a performance of about 80%. What have we planned to do to implement the targets for the 2026-27 financial year? We have a total number of 20 targets. And these targets are actually linked to the budget programs, as reflected on the screen. Office of the CEO has 2, Manufacturing and Engineering Branch 6, Operations Management 4, Financial Services 2, as well as Corporate Services with 6. I'm not going to delve into much detail here, safe to indicate what we've planned for this financial year. In terms of the Office of the CEO, we've got only 2 targets. And one is implementation of the internal audit action plan and ensuring that we then reach stage 4 of the business continuity life cycle in line with the plan that we've put together. In manufacturing and engineering, overall, we've got 6 targets where we want to ensure that 99.9% of smart ID cards and travel documents, passports in particular, are produced to conform to client specification. Similarly with the examination papers. As Minister has correctly pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, we are planning to ensure that whatever the volumes that Home Affairs receives from the applicants, GPW is consuming that. And to this effect, we have introduced the second shift that enables us to then operate and make sure that the business operations remains afloat. And we have been able to deal with all the volumes and submit them back to Home Affairs as required. Same as the travel documents and the examination papers. The security certificates, we're targeting 98.9% of those that have been received and producing them in line with client specifications. This is the function that I mentioned earlier that we'll be taking over from Home Affairs. Of making sure that the dispatch process is optimized and then automated. In embracing our digital transformation journey, we are going to be producing digital twins. And this is the project that has started in the previous financial year. And we have seen success in this to make sure that we take a physical document and then we produce a digital twin of that, and that will be happening in a number of products that we have, particularly those where we own the data in our premises, and we are able to personalize them so that whilst you hold a physical document, you can then have a digital twin of that using the existing PKI. In terms of operations management, 98.9% of the government gazettes will be published that conform to client specification to ensure that customers access this document, particularly the legal fraternity, and be able to transact accordingly. We will continue to engage 8 potential customers in the SADC as well as other African countries. We have gained traction in this area where we have in the previous 2 financial years seen an increase in terms of the number of customers that are coming to print with us. And we're talking about countries such as Namibia, Eswatini, Lesotho, and we continue to leverage on the MOUs that we have signed with other countries like Kenya, as well as Namibia, to make sure that we then print more documents for these customers. The objective is to expand our footprint in the country, but also target capturing the market within the SADC as well as other African countries. Our contact center will have the digital portals system so that we are able to access the customer queries as well as the request for the quotations online, and make sure that we have voice over recordings, and then we can respond to those instead of depending on physical people manning our contact center. Over the medium term, we've planned for 3 this financial year. We'll see us produce another digital product and be able to implement it. Financial management, we are going to target 4% net profit margin being achieved. This is a target that has been conservatively set in view of the history that we've had with National Treasury of the surplus that we had produced being taken to date. Over 1.8 billion has been taken over by National Treasury, and this is a surplus that we have been developing. But we're happy to announce that in the 2 previous financial years, we have engaged the minister and requested that we need interventions to make sure that GPW is able to retain its surplus so that we can, in the next performing cycle, utilize the same money for all the interventions that we'd like to implement digital transformation. And they've acceded to that. So the previous financial years, 2 financial years, we've been able to retain our surplus, and we are using it fruitfully to the benefit of the organization. We had challenges before in terms of the finalization of our annual financial statements. We have stabilized in this area, and the CFO will present to demonstrate that indeed we've turned the corner in all the challenges that had plagued us before in terms of the system issues that resulted in us not being able to meet this obligation. And we are in each year after the submission of the audit report as well as the management report, we have been developing the post-audit action plan, and that has been implemented. We want to see over 80% of that being implemented so that we can move to an improved audit outcome from the AGSA. 20% of unemployed youth, women, and people with disabilities will be recruited into our development program. This is a feeder group that we require to build our own timber and make sure that we've got staff that is readily available for recruitment purposes to ensure business continuity. So we will continue to develop the acceleration tool so that we can then be able to attract those skills. 80% of the officials will be trained, and this is where we're targeting the officials to ensure that we ready them to embrace digital transformation and deal with the fears of them losing their jobs through automation. No one is going to lose their jobs through this process, so we're readying them through the interventions in the training arena to make sure that we achieve their objective. And we'll continue with the implementation of 80% of our change management plan. 80% of the gender-based violence and femicide plan will be implemented, and we're targeting 15% of the required capability of our information systems and the digital services ecosystem to make sure that it's fully implemented to drive us towards the required maturity level that we require, and 100% of the security management plan will be implemented. What is it that we'll be bedding down to ensure that these targets are implemented? We've chunked specific projects that align to the targets that I've mentioned to make sure that we are able to achieve progress. And I need to indicate upfront that some of these initiatives have started and we've already seen progress that has been achieved in the previous financial year. And I'm going to then talk to some of them. In our change management strategy and plan, we intend to continue to implement this to influence the culture. And this is a project that we'll be working very closely, and we've already started this journey with the MRC team led by Dr. Lubisi to make sure that we influence the culture into a positive one. And we're engaging labor unions as well to make sure that in those work streams, officials are able to air their views and they're taken on board so that they can be implemented. In terms of recruitment, I've indicated that we want to attract agile officials, but we will be focusing specifically on artisans that are digitally savvy to enable us to digitize our products and services accordingly. And in line with the minister's comment, we are expecting an upsurge, and we've already seen this happening, an increased demand from GPW to process the applications that are coming from Home Affairs. And we want to actually manage that influx of about 16 million ID applications that are coming up. And the second shift and making sure that we've got capacity to absorb those volumes is already underway in GPW. We've recruited more people and we have reaped the benefits of that. The workplace skills plan, we have been indicating that in GPW, we need people to coexist with technology to make sure that they appreciate the efficiencies moving from the manually driven processes into the automated ones. So the structure is in the process of being reviewed, and we're only looking at those areas where we've been heavily manually driven. Once we automate those, then we'll be able to repurpose our officials through reskilling, upskilling, retraining, and job rotation, just to make sure that they are fully skilled and enable us to drive the implementation of our plans internally. Performance management, we've got a number of officials that have reached the ceiling, and we are implementing the reward and recognition plan to recognize staff so that we keep them engaged and we encourage better performance in that regard. Consequence management on cases of misconduct will continue to be implemented. As a manufacturing entity, occupational health and safety is of paramount importance. We'll continue to implement those so that the safety of our officials is ensured. Employee health and wellness will continue to also make sure that the health and wellness of our employees is taken care of. We continue to implement Project Kaedu, where we go into the coal face and managers are able to troubleshoot and assist employees on the spot. Facilities management, we have already finalized the refurbishment of the new headquarters building, and we're going to look specifically into those areas that would enable us to implement automation without indeed procuring items that would be obsolete in the next coming financial years because of the digitization. All the obsolete machines, there's a plan that we have, and we will be engaging in the disposal process so that we then remain with machines that are fully operational. The machines that are in the box will be moved into the commercial printing facility that we're working with the DBSA to ensure that all the officials that are remaining in the Bosman office are actually moved into that. So all the machines that we have will be housed in that facility. The business continuity plan is quite critical for GPW, and therefore, whilst we're investing in the cloud-based platforms, we also need to ensure that we have a business continuity site. Currently, we have the CSIR, but we need to have a site that houses high security printing, but also serve as a DR site so that should we have a challenge on-prem, we can then be able to plug and play into that facility. So there's the effort that we are focusing on in collaboration with other state and government entities. The regional warehouses are being turned into the centers of revenue generation because of the demands that we have at the regional level. Currently, we have regional offices in Polokwane, in Seshego. We've got the one in East London, in Mabatu, as well as Zandfontein. And those are going to be focused on in terms of generating more revenue for GPW, particularly on commercial products. The one we're targeting due to the extremely high demand is KZN, but we will be continuing to expand to others as well. Digitalization of products, I've spoken about certificates, e-biometric passport conceptualization with Home Affairs. The target here is to start with official as well as diplomatic passports, and the e-passport series refresh will then kick in. In the value chain, we operate in the ecosystem in that fashion, meaning that the documents that we conceptualize should be able to operate even at the e-gates, hence the collaboration with SARS as well as the BMA in this regard. We will be developing our digital identity, privacy, and security discussion document to enhance our role as we perform the role of verification and authentication of documents. I've mentioned the issue of optimizing the dispatch as well as the collaboration on the digital ID. We are going to generate digitally signed barcodes using the existing PKIs and the optimized dispatch I've mentioned. And we have focused specifically on how we can improve efficiencies in the exams. We are automating the packaging and the consolidation solution so that we minimize human intervention. The automation of our business processes, particularly in relation to IT, we're looking at automating most of our business processes. And that had to include revamping of our ICT infrastructure and technology and incorporate digital technologies across the organization. And we have automated the e-submission as well as the e-invoicing and e-contract management. And now we have started with the e-recruitment, the e-leave. We'll have the e-PMDS as well as asset and equipment management. This will run parallel with the process of reskilling our officials so that they're able to operate in that fashion. We have been reporting to the committee over the past years that we've been struggling with SETA in terms of the procurement of our new ERP system. This objective has been achieved. We already have Oracle ERP software, and professional services have already been acquired, and we are beginning with the process of implementing this. Coupled with this, to enhance the revenue generation at the regional warehouse level, we need to also automate that process of making sure that our regional warehouse processes are automated. Officials can just scan the products which are already barcoded so that stock management is actually made more efficient. The workforce management system is to make sure that on the factory floor, we've got screens that should be able to show us in the value chain when the job was received, when is it going to be delivered to the customer, how many officials are actually operating on that machine, and what products are being produced. Where there's lacking, we should be able to identify the gaps and be able to deal with that. The Human Rights Commission has actually approached us, and this project of procuring the advanced optical character recognition system aims to help GPW to have the information that we upload on the websites being searchable across the globe, so that GPW's work can also have a footprint in those areas. We have moved most of our operations into cloud-based technologies. We've recently procured a private cloud storage, which is at SETA, and the white space as well in that regard. So we are able to back up our operations on-prem as well as remotely to ensure business continuity. I've mentioned the online self-service portals for the contact center, and we will make sure that all of those platforms accommodate us. But we're not working alone as GPW. As we back up our solutions and ensure business continuity, we're making sure that our private cloud platforms are able to increase business continuity services, to increase access to our officials and reduce downtime due to the infrastructure that could be outdated. And we have made sure that we revamp that to minimize downtime and have the upkeep of production time. We are operating in a space where critical customers like the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Transport have products that need to be digitized. So we are making sure that in the ecosystem, we enable the digitalization as well as interoperability with those departments and ensure systems integration. We have built a customer relationships management portal to enable self-services, like I've mentioned, the e-contact center as well as the e-gazettes. And we are digitalizing the exams, partnering with the Department of Basic Education. And there's a project that is still underway to explore the possibility of engaging in digital exams, digital document verification services, as well as digital laboratories for school. And this is the collaboration that is now underway. We are working very closely with the Ministerial Review Committee to make sure that all our initiatives on change and culture change, change management and culture change are implemented, so that indeed the future of GPW should be secured through the implementation of the recommendations. We have started with the implementation of our ISO project, where we want to see certification all those ISO standards. I've mentioned the issue of the polycarbonate plant, as well as the SADC countries, the net profit margin, the post-audit action plan. We are continuing finalizing the implementation of the recommendations of the MRP, whilst we're working very closely with the MRC looking forward. And thus far, 89% of those recommendations have been achieved. And then we are looking at the remaining 11%. Most of this were linked to recruitment, because when the moratorium was imposed, we couldn't fill some of the posts which were recommended by the MRP team. And therefore, we are continuing with that. And some of them are linked to the finalization of the investigations. In my last slide, I just want to mention the risks that we have been developing plans to mitigate the risks so that they don't materialize, the compromised image and integrity of GPW, resulting in loss of clients and public confidence. We have put measures in place to make sure that we mitigate those, including the deterioration of production capacity, where we have recruited more people and that are digitally savvy and are able to keep the operations afloat in the digitally transformed space. Failure to recover from business processes, the ERP will be a very big injection to make sure that we are able to seamlessly knit the value chain of our operations and remain the upkeep. And whilst we're doing this, I just need to mention that we are working also with SARS, collaborating very closely to make sure that we deal with power reticulation issues. We're dealing with the UPSs and the HVAC system, and that project is yielding quite positive results to ensure stability within GPW, to make sure that we don't have business disruptions going forward, particularly as we implement our project on dispatching the IDs and passports to the banks, a project which is also well underway, and GPW has been able to work with the courier services to make sure that they receive all their documents. The security threats on our documents, we've made sure that all the security features that we put on our documents are watertight and not amenable to cyber attacks, and therefore enabling us to sustain our capacity to produce products to customers and earn the revenue that is required. And we are dealing with the issue of compromised data integrity and making sure that that critical data is secured. We are able to store it, we are able to retrieve it and restore it in terms of into the production environment without any hassles at this stage. And we are attracting the requisite skills to be able to help GPW to deliver on the targets and the plans that you've mentioned, and be able to have the staff that's agile to sustain our operations. All these are monitored on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis, and the risk and appetite tolerance frameworks are also being implemented to make sure that GPW does not slip into what we have been experiencing in the past. On that note, Chairperson, I would like to request through you, I've mentioned the issues on the targets as well as the projects. I would like to request that through you, the CFO takes us through the financials for this financial year. Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. Can we now invite the CFO?
Thank you, Chair, Minister and members. I'll go through it. The budget for 26-27 up to the 28-29 period. You will see that we looking at growing our sales from 1.8 to about 2.1 billion over this period. As the CEO has said, we're looking to also growing our net surplus from 4 to 10%, and I think this is a target that we've had in previous financial years, which we had to relook. I need to also say that the surpluses and the numbers here are very much volume related, and also in terms of the tariffs that we do charge. And to that effect, we are looking at a revenue sharing model with DHA to see in what way we can pass on some of these surpluses, if you like, back to them. And that's a project that is still ongoing. There's also the potential of the Department of Transport that we haven't factored in totally here. And as soon as there's more clarity on that aspect, it will be factored into this budget. But as it stands, we feel that this is an attainable budget as it's for now, and it's also backed by our current numbers. We can look at the next slide. So just to confirm, Chair, that the expenditure would grow by about 9.2%. Over the medium term, we're looking at generating 99.5% from its core business operations. The targets for net profit will increase steadily over this term from the 4 to the 6%. We have included the new tariffs, if you like, for DHA and passports, which would be 460 for passport and 120 rand per smart ID. We have not allowed or made any provision at the moment for surrender to the National Treasury. We have actually, to some extent, got the Treasury to also allow us to retain our funds over the last 2 financial years. And we are moving towards recapitalization with those funds, and also obviously growing some of our retained earnings in the process. Next slide. Just our key revenue drivers. So firstly, in the main, obviously, would be our passports and IDs, and the paper. We also have revenue coming from made to order and made to stock, which is basically some of our outsourcing. We've looked at the SADC potential revenue that is there, and we have discounted some of that in this last budget. We had to relook that contribution to revenue given the past experiences, and although it is still there, there is a potential for us to grow this further over the MTF period. Next slide. So just to confirm, where we're looking at most of our revenue coming from passports, IDs at 420 million, and then it goes right down to rubber stamps of 5.22 million. Just to say that the SADC, as I said, we picture at 30 million, and there's also significant potential in our advertising sales of 142 million in this next MTF period. So as I said, we have an agreement with DHA for the tariffs, as we agreed. It's also now backed up by an SLA. The SLA does require us to make certain recapitalization decisions, which we are doing. The other preliminary items, we've escalated them according to the CPI system, or CPI at the moment. The EKZ system has now been automated, and it can be used to some extent for billing purposes. There is still some business rules that need to be applied for this to be totally effective. And as I said, we've looked at the SADC engagements, and we've factored in a 30 million budget for this intervention. So in terms of our capex, this is essentially our recapitalization program. You'll also remember that we relooked this consistently over the last couple of years to make it more practical. And we can say that for all of these items, there is at least specifications that have been developed, and that have gone to market, and we are expecting some machines actually to come into operation in the next 12 months. Having done this exercise, we also have a procurement plan that is now more practical in terms of implementation, and we can actually monitor this procurement plan over this period and on an annual basis, and even if we need to, we can adjust it on a quarterly basis. But I can say that in terms of the capital expenditure, there's quite a bit of investments that is going to go into the GBW. Again, just saying that the adequate funds was earmarked for this digital transformation plan. We have built in a number of flexibilities for resource reallocation across branches, and in particular the lesson we learned through the procurement plan. So if there's a need for us to move funds between branches, then we've got that flexibility. The approval from National Treasury to retain our surpluses, we've been consistent with that for the last 2 financial years. It's also important for us to show Treasury that we do have a commitment in spending that retention and also the retained earnings. The one issue that I probably need to mention is that because of the surrenders that we had in previous financial years, there's been an adjustment to our capital fund to keep our retained earnings at a certain level. And we've had some discussion with the AG on that matter to agree with them. So the retained earnings is definitely still available and can still be utilized for that recapitalization program. Having said that, you will see that we, in previous financial years, we did show a negative cash flow, but I think with the relook and the repositioning of all of this, we're looking at some positive cash flow, especially over the next 2 years at least. Chair, thanks. I think this is our cost of employment as it stands. We're capping it at 851 over the period. There has been a move to extend the implementation of the recruitment plan from a 3 to a 5-year window, and this is the intention with this plan over the MTF, but there will be a cap eventually on the number of employees. Just a breakdown of how it's broken down per branch. Office of CEO is about 40%, but there's quite a bit of branches within or sub branches within this branch. So that's why the big increase there, or the big reflection there. And then 21% on operations, 22% on corporate services, and 11 on financial, and 4 on the OCO. So the organization structure was built on a premise that we will have a footprint, and also the national and international relationships that are there. We wouldn't be able to sustain the implementation of the structure at our current revenue trends, and this is essentially why we've tried to cap it over the MTF period. But we are looking at reassessing it on an annual basis, and we are also subject to the DPSA regulations and requirements that they raise in terms of capping of our COE. So although we've been able to, in the last financial year, take advantage of the lifting of some of the restrictions from DPSA, there is still a capacity shortage that has to be dealt with over this MTF. So this is operating expenditure. Again, I'm not going to go through this slide in particular, but this is the breakdown of how we breaking it down. Essentially, employee benefits, administrative expenditure, production, stores, equipment, and our professional services that talk to our manufacturing environment in particular. Next slide. So what we have done in some of our assumptions was to include cost for a new commercial printing site. As CEO has mentioned, we do have a project with a DBSA at the moment. We're looking at one region, in particular KZN, to open up a warehouse there, seeing that there's a number of departments and the revenue footprint suggests that there's a potential in that province. We have looked at the depreciation over the current fixed assets register, as well as the capex earmark over the MTF period, and there will be some foreign exchange and professional services includes for the provision of projects that will be realized in the period. As you might know, is that most of our equipment do come from other countries, and we are discounting that foreign exchange fluctuations. So just to show that in terms of this, we're looking at a positive cash flow over the MTF period. As I say, it's a volatile situation, so this could change quite significantly. But contrary to previous financial years where we showed a very negative cash flow, we feel with the current volumes and tariffs that we have, we can move into a more positive cash flow environment. And also in this sense, fund our recapitalization program over the next 3 years, which I think was an important point coming from our previous engagements. So, Chair, I can probably conclude just to say that our key projects, as explained by the CEO, can be implemented with its current budget. We have our structure designed for our strategic objectives and the footprint that we'd like to expand in the next periods. The biggest issue is just going to be how to sustain the structure with the current revenue, especially if you want to increase your capacity, and in particular on the manufacturing environment, operational sides. We're finding it difficult, as I said, to retain capacity and even attract some capacity. I think we will keep on requesting the Treasury for us to retain our surpluses. And then obviously the budget and the cash flow, I think is geared to advance our digital transformation initiative. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, CFO, and thanks, CEO, for the presentation. Members, I'm inviting you to interact with the presentation. Honorable Modise Mtsa.
Thank you very much. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me appreciate the presentation that was provided today by the CEO and the CFO. Chair, I want to note the comment that was made with regard to the report on the National Treasury having it approved the retention of the surplus. I believe that this will significantly contribute to the achievements of the entity's strategic targets. I just have a few questions, Chair. We also note the progress and the plans that the CEO has mention of, but would recall as a committee that we once took a visit to the GPW premises, particularly where at the factory, where the real work happens. And we would know that the CEO has made mention that the management has moved into a new building, the headquarters. I believe that it's a new building with better conditions inside. I just want to know what then is the plan for the general workforce that is in a building that was not conducive, facilities that were not proper to accommodate personnel that will work there for hours. For an example, we would have seen that the ablution facilities were really in a bad state, including the general area where the workforce is expected to perform its functions, operate on. The conditions there were not in a proper state. So the CEO has not made mention on what has been done thus far since then, when we would have visited the facility and would have indicated that action must be taken to improve those conditions of those workforce. Therefore, I want just to get it from the GPW, what have they done thus far, and what is the plan moving forward since they have moved the management into a new building. Also, their Chair, is that the morale of the staff was very low, and due to the conditions that I've made mention of. But moreover, also with regard to the machinery that was not functioning. So you would had a personnel workforce that would report to work and not be able to function or do anything, but be in a building and be stationed there and get remunerated at the end of the month without having to perform any duties, due to the fact that the machines that they are supposed to operate on were redundant. What has the
DPW done also to improve those challenges? And with the plans to digitize their system, how will that also impact on the morale of the workers? She had made mention that there are plans to take them through that no one will lose their jobs. But if those workforce were not functional as it is currently, when they digitize their systems, how are they then going to take them through and ensure that they also become part of the entire process and that they uplift their conditions? And lastly, Chair, what will be the financial costs or implications on the machines that they've mentioned that will be disposed of, the machines that have been stationary, they're not functioning? And their plan right now is that they are going to dispose of those machines. We know that those are really huge machines with big capacity to do the functions of the GPW. What then becomes the financial implications on those machinery? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Yusimcha. Honorable Machi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also welcome the presentation. Thank you so much. I'll start by infrastructure by the workplace. The 2026-2027 APP notes that the DPW was supposed to hand over the master plan project to the DPSA and GPW in 2025 and 2026. Has this handover officially taken place? And what is the revised firm timeline for the construction of this much needed resource factory? Let me go to the governance and legislation. The tabling of the state security printers bill has been repeatedly highlighted as an outstanding recommendation. What is the definitive date for this bill to be submitted to the Parliament to legally cement GPW's mandate as the state official digital satisfier and security printer? What is the progress on GPW's post-audit action plan to guarantee an unqualified audit for the 2025, 2026, and 2027? Lastly, Chairperson, considering GPW high vacancy rate and historical issues with broken or unmaintained machinery, does GPW currently have the machine, uptime, and operational capacity to successfully print 16 million smart IDs cards over the MTF without creating massive public? Last one, Chairperson. What were the outcomes? As my colleagues have indicated that you have been there, and there were problems that you came across. What were the outcomes of the formal mediation processes between GPW management and the leadership of the PSA and NEHAW unions that the committee ordered for the first half of 2025 and 2026? Has trust been restored on the factory floor? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machi. Can I invite Honorable Ngubane?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. As well, we humbly welcome the presentation by the CFO and CEO and the team as an overall for the government printing works. Chair, as well, I would like to share the sentiments as my colleagues, Chair, of our last visit when we visited the government printing works. There were concerns about the printing contracts or work that was at risk of slipping away from government printing works due to government printing works inefficient commitment on delivery. So if I remember correctly, there were contracts probably varying from some Limpopo and some on entities. Would like to get an update, Chair, on what's the status of those contracts that were slipping away. Has the CEO and CFO and the team and an overall team at Government Printing Works managed to retain those contracts from not being terminated? Because at the last time we had those concerns that these entities were complaining about the inefficiency within GPWP. So we would like to know what's the status of those contracts, how far are they, where have we retained some, where we haven't lost some, we've gained some, and what's the status of all of those retention and losing and gaining more? Because I see there's a fluctuation of the revenue as well. It drop down and it comes up. When it comes up, it doesn't go back where it was. It comes back partially. So we would like to understand that, Chairperson. And secondly, I think we're all aware that the ICT of Government Printing Work is not at a good state. It crashed a couple of weeks ago again. So we'd like to know what it is that the Government Printing Work is going to make better, because it looked like it says last time the systems crashed and they lost the data, and then there were promises that they've done everything that they could do in ICT field to make sure that that crash never happened again. Boom, couple of weeks we had another crash. On that last crash, what happened? Did we lost another data again? What was the root? Were the root cause analysis done? What have they found recently on that crash? Because we expected that a lesson would have been learned from that disastrous crash, that no crashes will happen again, or downtime of the system. What has happened recently? Because this downtime or crashing of system, it gives us that agitation as well as a committee, that it seems as if that the Government Printing Works does not learn from its failure or put a mechanism in place to make sure that those disastrous failing never happen again. Have any infrastructural upgrade been done which are fit for purpose with the latest technology to make sure that we do not keep on experiencing these crashes on the system and the downtime? And that's my second question. And the third one, Chair, what's the status of the outsourcing of the work to the detrimental of the internal staff work at the Government Printing Works? Are we still outsourcing more than we can still retain? If the CEO can abreast us on that because we received the complaint when we were there again on our walkthrough. The staff were complaining about a whole lot of work that they can do internally is being taken out outside on outsourcing. What has that CEO done about that? Has that look that we were given by the staff changed by the CEO? And then the next question, I know that the Government has gone out on advert for the ERP solution and cancel it and went out again. What's the state of this? Have you guys, Government Printing Works completely finalized now this? Because to me, going out and cancelling tender and going out and cancelling them, it gives me that uncomfortability that it seems like you're not realizing how much fast pace as and Government Printing Works you need to go on sourcing this system and getting them on board and bringing these systems to the Government Printing Works and move forward on new technologies. Like you are saying, you want to be a digital transformation journey, Government Printing Works. But if you keep on advertising, cancelling advertising, it looks like you are not taking yourself seriously, that you need to move in speed to be a fully fledged ICT digitalized Government Works. So the status on that ERP solution, where are you? And then I have the same concern as well as like Honorable Modisa Mpia has raised on the surplus taken over by Treasury. To me, that alone has been highlighted. Luckily, the CFO has rescued me there by mentioning that the real reason for losing this for this surplus, having surplus, is because of the capacity that is not sorted out within the Government Printing Works. So you are losing this surplus to Treasury because you are not capacitated to deliver on your crucial work. So how can then we trust you as a committee and even Treasury that in the next financial year, that surplus that you are requesting to be retained, you will now have a capacity to deliver on many of your needs as a government printing works? Because if you keep on having this surplus, requesting them retention, you will accumulate surpluses but still fail to deliver on your high need. Even on your youth and employment, you mentioned in your presentation here, you are mentioning that you are targeting youth, and then but somehow the target drops all of a sudden. So that retention, it needs to be capacitated by having the capacity of delivering of this critical project of yours as government printing works. So that my concern that you are busy requesting Treasury to retain your surplus, but on the other side, you are not delivering on your high need work. And another question, Chair, is on the employee benefits in the cash flow for 28-29. It shows that you had 43,474,000, a massive drop from 496,000 rand the prior year. Is this a data error, or does this reflect a planned restructuring that probably you haven't disclosed to us? That's the employee benefit that shows a huge drastic drop. If you explained on it, and then on the 30 million rand SADC revenue that you have been factored in the 26-27 budget, given that SADC engagement has historically produced no audited revenue and the target is only 8 customers engagement per year, what evidence will you give us that supports this projection? Are we on the promises here that you still have this expected SADC gain, but we don't see a huge revenue gain from this project? Mainly, Chair, my concern with the government printing works is a digital transforming feasibility strategy. It doesn't seem that they are moving forward with these promises of a digital transformation, with all these systems that they are not quickly benefiting and going fully fledged on them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the GPW for the presentation. Firstly, Chair, I'd like to welcome the retention of the surplus, and I think it's good that that has happened over the last 2 years. It's something that we had called for over several years as a committee, and I think it's absolutely critical that GPW continues to retain its surplus so that it can invest in the modernization program. Chair, there is a massive increase in the number of identity documents that were produced in the first full year under Minister Schreiber. So the GPW would have planned for 2.7, 2.8 million IDs, for example, and there were 3.6 million IDs produced, really thanks to the aggressive tackling of the war on queues and system downtime. That was very successful. Where I'm missing the boat here is that the CFO mentioned that the surplus is volume related. So my question is, why hasn't the revenue increased? If you look at IDs and passports, it's about 45% of all the revenue. You've produced 800,000 additional passports. So I'd just like to understand, you would think that that would dramatically push up the revenue, but the revenue increase seems to just follow the trend that it has followed for the last several years. If we can just get an insight on that. I'd like to echo the colleagues in terms of the facilities. I think we need more information on the timeline for the long delayed move from Bosman Street facility. Then, Chair, the GPW mentions that they cannot sustain the implementation of the structure at the current revenue trends. And the professional services fees, they went up dramatically in the previous administration. And when we questioned the GPW on that, they said, no, it's because of the losses, etc., and we needed to get external service providers to assist with that. But it seems like that now heightened level of professional services is retained. So I'd just like to get an explanation of that. Are those professional services going to be changed into ones that can assist with the modernization program? Or is there a plan to wean off the reliance on external service providers over time? Because over time, the percentage of expenditure on outsourced services versus the staff inside, I think the percentage now is sort of at least 25 to 30%. So I think if we can get some input on that, we can try and understand why we are in the situation where, despite a dramatic increase in the number of IDs and passports produced, there appears to be a profit crunch. Then I'd also like to get an understanding on the internal audit action plan. I know it is mentioned that that is being worked on, and many of these are ICT related. I'd just like to understand whether these are on track in terms of our next Auditor General timeframe, whether the internal audit action plan items, I know it says they're being worked on, but are they on target for completion within the required time as agreed with the AG? And finally, Chair, just to welcome the performance increase over the last 2 years. I think it is a massively, it's a massive task to say we need to embrace system modernization. And that is the task that has been undertaken here. So to continue to operate in that environment, try and recover from the disastrous situation that was precipitated in the past, I think we need to welcome the performance increase over the past 2 years, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Matopa.
Thank you very much, Chair, colleagues. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the presentation, Chair. It is clear that Government Printing Works is positioning itself for a significant transition from a traditional print environment into a digital-enabled trusted certification authority. We welcome the alignment with national priorities, particularly around service delivery, job creation, and building a capable state. However, this transition raises important questions around readiness, sustainability, and risk management that require closer interrogation. So my first question would be, Chair, how will GPW ensure a smooth and sustainable transition from print to a digital certification authority? Specifically, what clear milestones and timelines are in place? How will cyber risks and data integrity be managed within the digital ID and PKI environment, and how will this shift impact revenue generation and financial sustainability over the MTF as printing demand declines? It is further mentioned that financial statement challenges has been resolved. What controls are now in place to ensure these issues do not recur? And lastly, Chair, how secure and accessible will these digital portals be, particularly for citizens in rural or low connectivity areas? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matopa. Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Bolman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members and officials from the department. Firstly, I would like to welcome the reports and submitted before us. We appreciate the work that has been done. However, Chairperson, I do have a few questions and comments directed to GPW department. Chair, can the GPW provide more details on its plan to transition into a digital service provider? What specific digital products and services will be introduced and within what time frame? On localization strategy, Chair, the APP refers to a localization strategy. What does this strategy entail in practical terms? How will it contribute to economic development and job creation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Bolman.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Bolman.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, thank you very much to GPW. Sorry, greetings to the Minister and our Deputy Minister. Chair, the Minister has been very clear on the modernisation of Home Affairs and moving towards the digital identity system. How is the GPW aligning its timelines and capacity to support this reform agenda in a practical and measurable way? As part of building a capable state, what steps is GPW taking to diversify its revenue streams while still supporting the core mandate of the Department of Home Affairs? And lastly, it is about cybersecurity. Obviously, we are moving towards a digital identity system, and cybersecurity is becoming more and more critical. I would like to know, how is GPW strengthening its systems to support and protect the digital reforms that we are embarking on? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. I'm aware that some of the issues will be presented to the committee once we identify ourselves with the report of Lubisi in relation to the issues that we as the committee who have requested the minister to consider to put a team to assess the governance status. And the report does also identify some progress around the issues the committee has been raising for over a period of time, which refer us to the National Treasury's support or response on the call for the refencing of resources to the government printing works. I think this well appreciated, honourable members. I think Honourable Ross also highlighted that part, that we as the committee have been raising this point and hope therefore it will contribute to the work of the government printing works. The concerns that also remain, and I think will accurately establish that when we further get a independent report from Lubisi, is the continuous crash of the system, as Honorable Ngubane raises, which perhaps the team may demonstrate what are the weaknesses that we can't resolve as a team. In our last conversation with the government printing works, including in our oversight, there was an indication of work between the department and the CETA in relation to the IT environment. And there was a sense that there's no collaboration on that front, particularly on the pro-quad services that they ought to deal with. I think Honorable Ngubane highlighted the ERP. Can the department or the team able to demonstrate how far is that process have went? I know that we're going to engage with the CETA during our oversight around the issues of the Home Affairs and also GPW. To what extent have you dealt with this matter and the processes that has led to the final outcome of this service procurement, which has been highlighted, that has been cancelled, re-advertised for a period of time? What does it has or does it have implication in terms of the negative performance around this IT crash collapse now and then? The CFO also note that in the current revenue base, you may not sustain to implement certain programs. And I think it's like 60 or 61. Can you demonstrate the statement a bit not clearer? Whereas on the other part, there's a demonstration that there's an improvement in terms of revenue base, including the work that you have been raising in relation to SADC and other inputs that are contributing to the revenue of government printing works. If we can at least clarify this statement. Yeah, those are some of the issues we wanted to raise. We'll invite you, the CEO and the team, and then we'll invite the ministry to comment on the issues that have been raised.
Chairperson and honorable Chairperson and members, thank you so much for all the questions that we have and comments that we have received.
Sorry, Honorable Ngubane, if you can mute, I think your mic is on.
Okay, I will mute, Chair. Sorry.
Noted. You can proceed, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate the comments and the questions that we have received from the committee. Indeed, the spirit with which we view them is that of assisting the organization to do even better. So I'm going to request, Chair, through you, that I take some of the questions with the ExCo members that are on the platform. But I'm going to start to respond to some of them, and then through you, Chair, I will request that the other ExCo members on the platform also respond to the specific questions. Chair, in relation to the questions from Honorable Mudisembia, I need to talk to the state of the Bosman office, as well as the challenges which were identified during the oversight visit by the members of this committee. The decision to take the staff out of Bosman was precisely due to the fact that it was a dilapidated building. And because it's leased from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, there's just so much that ExCo members could do to turn it into a habitable environment. And hence the decision was taken that it would be better to actually take the staff out so that we can put them in an environment that is healthier, and we are able to actually continue with our operations with less challenges that we have experienced in the Bosman space. Indeed, at the time we had a challenge with ablution facilities, and they were in a bad space. What we have done as the GPW management, we contracted services of a structural as well as an electrical engineer, because the issue was not only the ablution facilities, we were also worried about the state of the electricals that site, as well as the structural issues due to some of the cracks which had over time emerged in that building. We got a report, and the report actually indicated the areas where we were supposed to correct. Those were within our means, and we were able to correct. But the same report was also shared with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure so that they are able to address the structural issues. We took a decision as ExCo that since we were in the process of moving, it wouldn't have been financially wise for us to start demolishing the building and addressing the cracks which were there, or all other structural issues. So we shared it with them so that they can address the fundamental challenges with huge financial implications, and we can then focus on the ones that were immediate to make sure that the staff remains habitable. So we had the ablution facilities fixed at the time. We had a service provider that came to assist us with that, as well as a number of other areas where there were leaks, for instance, where there was water gathering next to the electrical substations. So all those challenges were actually dealt with at the time. And that report was also presented to EXCO to make sure that we are aware of what had been addressed, so that the workforce that is still left there remains in a safe place. And we had a confirmation that that building is not about to collapse. It was still structurally strong despite the cracks, but we dealt with those that could pose a hazard to the lives of the officials there. So as we moved the administrative staff, and perhaps what I need to clarify is that we didn't only move management to the new headquarters building. All the administrative staff and some of the staff in the operations management branch had been moved out of the Bosman building into the new headquarters building, as well as the Fisaki precinct. So the only staff that is left there is the few staff that are involved in commercial printing. And as I indicated during the presentation, we have been working very closely with the DBSA to make sure that we move them out. We could have actually achieved this. We had challenges with the bidders, and we had 2 bidders which had qualified for the new commercial printing facility. However, due to some of the challenges experienced during the tender process, we couldn't continue with the recommended bidder because their plan came with huge financial implications for GPW, as opposed to when the proposal was actually made to us. And in view of that, we then decided to move to the second recommended bidder, and we are actually engaging in the procurement process through the DBSA to move towards securing that facility, and then we can move staff. So the process is at an advanced stage. The technical glitch that I've mentioned of the bidders is the one that had delayed us, and we are moving into making sure that within a reasonable period, we then conclude the process of that facility that was also identified and was qualifying in line with the specs. So we will be moving the staff that is left there into that new building, and that will be alongside the machinery that is still functional, because we want to continue with commercial printing in that new facility. And I want to believe as well that the change management process that is underway in GPW has been focusing on a number of areas which was also were also identified by the members, such as addressing the culture change, the issue of the morale, the relationship with labor, and all those officials are engaged in the work streams and the work that is happening within that environment. And staff morale, we saw the excitement and the happiness that was in the faces of the officials who moved out of the Bosman building into the new headquarters building. And indeed, they were expressing how relieved and happy they were to be moved out of that facility into the new one. And thus far, I think we are continuing to focus on the encouragement of officials to do better and to actually boost their morale through the change management interventions that we have put in place. In terms of moving into the digitalization space, indeed, in every environment where people hear the word technology, they're thinking that the robots are going to come and replace their jobs, and therefore there's bound to be agitation. However, through the change management efforts we have managed to inform officials that they will not be losing their jobs. And even in the face of digitalization of some of the products, that guarantee has been made. And therefore, the change management process serves to take them by hand, to allow them to raise their fears, to indicate where the challenges are, and to give them confidence that we will be repurposing some of the work areas and they will be redeployed elsewhere in line with the skills and capabilities. We do have the workplace skills plans. We do have the personal development plans that are part of their performance agreements, and we know exactly where they're supposed to be trained or retrained so that we can better reposition them to support the organization in the digitalization efforts. So yeah, I think that's what I can mention in terms of some of the challenges that we had experienced in the old Bosman. The intention always had been that we move all the stuff at the same time. However, the challenges that I've mentioned in the commercial printing facility space had actually held us back, but we would have wanted them to move at the same time. I guess in terms of the financial implications on the disposal of the machines, Mr. Motley will delve deeper into those because he has presented a plan to EXCO on the pieces of equipment that needs to be disposed and how the disposal process will unfold. So I'm going to leave that to him to actually explain. In terms of the master plan project, we have mentioned to the committee members before that this is the project that was unreasonably delayed by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We have handed over the project to the DBSA already. We have entered into an MOU with them, and they are fully aware that this project needs to be executed. However, the further challenge that we experienced was that the professional service providers which were appointed by the DBSA already had expectations based on the contracts they had entered into with the DBSA of monies being paid to them and so forth. And when we received the contracts from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we realized that that risk was being transferred to GPW, and we couldn't tolerate that risk. And therefore, we pushed back and we indicated that whatever contractual obligations there were between the professional service providers and the DPWI needed to be met by the department before they could actually transfer them to us. So we had a meeting with the DG of Public Works together with the GE of DBSA and myself and executive managers, and we deliberated on this issue. There is an agreement and understanding that when the contracts are moved to GPW, we will be entering into fresh contracts with them because those PSPs are actually linked to the MOU that the DBSA has signed with DPWI. So the GPW cannot interfere with that arrangement already. So we then entered into the MOU with the DBSA only. So whilst that is being sorted out, the master plan had been repurposed as well to make sure that it aligns to our service lines of high security printing, as well as the commercial printing facilities, so that we manage our service lines accordingly to generate more revenue in a focused manner going forward. The security printing bill was presented to all the national departments as well as the provinces. We were only left with 2 provinces where we were hitting a snag. However, when we started the digitalization journey, I need to mention that we had to relook into the content of the document because it talks about security printing, and as you digitalize, it's a stance that strategically shakes the foundation of GPW to a point where in the future we even anticipate a name change of the organization, because you cannot focus on security printing when you are digitalizing as well and remain with the same name change. And therefore, the content of that is being looked into in view of digitalization. It does cover to a large extent the digitalization of our products, but we thought we need to refocus it a bit. And together with legal services, internally collaborating with Home Affairs, we are looking into how we can amend it and reposition it so that it caters for both physical printing as well as digital products. And we'll follow the due parliamentary and legislative processes to make sure that it's delivered. So that plan is to be submitted to the minister first, and then it will then serve the natural process of the draft process, legislative process, and then we will then be able to firm up the deadlines in terms of when it can serve before cabinet, and then it can be promulgated into law. In terms of the post-audit action plan guarantees, we are optimistic that with the effort that we've been putting in resolving the audit findings, we should be able to move towards a position of getting a better audit outcome going forward, but it's something that the CFO would actually speak to. Machine uptime and the printing of the 16 million IDs without affecting the public. Mr. Moodley will indicate, and I've mentioned that we have recruited new staff. some of which are digitally savvy, to enable us to have the desired upkeep with the production of the IDs as well as the passports. We have introduced the second shift, and we had made sure that the staff that is on site is able to perform in line with the expected delivery as received from the Department of Home Affairs. And therefore, we don't anticipate any challenges, because I remember as at last week, we had been able to zero our production, and we are actually processing that which we are receiving real time from the Department of Home Affairs. So thus far, there hadn't been any challenges. We are able to adjust our plans and even introduce overtime where required to be able to meet the demands. Through the change management process, I've mentioned that we had been able to engage with labor unions, and we continue to do so. The relationship is not necessarily built overnight, but once the labor unions are involved in the change management processes, and they are able to also provide the necessary input, and that is incorporated and recognized as such, we are able to reach the desired end state. So it's a journey that we'll continue to travel with the labor unions, especially as we delve into digitization, just to give our employees a sense of comfort that we're not paying lip service to the fact that they won't lose their jobs. They will really not lose their jobs, but they will be repurposed and utilized in areas where the capacity is required. Honorable Ngubani's questions on the contracts. We had been in an environment where GPW's operations are contract driven, because printing is still evolving in the country, and therefore the relationship that we have with the original equipment manufacturers, which is our OEMs, remains solid. So for every piece of equipment that we have, we enter into contracts. Services that we have, including the software, we enter into contracts. In the country, the situation is the same. Thus far, we haven't lost a contract in the previous financial year and into this one. The way we have been printing with the entities, yes, there had been challenges. And like I've mentioned in the presentation, in the printing of examinations in particular, the challenge has been in the packaging and consolidation of examinations. That's where we saw a massive amount of paper being driven, and as a result led to some delays in terms of the processing of those documents. And this is the area there where we have already taken a decision and appointed the OEM, and the process of automating the end-to-end printing of examination is already underway. So we are hoping that by the November-December exam, we will have that process, that value chain automated, so that we can have less human intervention, but have more technology assisting us in consolidating those examinations and be able to deliver to customers timelessly. We continue to manage the so-called long-standing contracts, and we have made sure that we have stabilized that regime by making aligning them to time frames. So each and every contract we have is then aligned to a particular time frame, so that we don't have contracts that exist for as long as we shall live within the organization. And the CFO, together with the SCM unit, is assisting us with that, as well as the service reviews in that regard. I just need to indicate that the previous crash that we experienced in 2021 and 2022 respectively, we haven't experienced that again. We didn't have a system crash that led to the data loss subsequent to those that we have reported before. And it is important for me to clarify this, because indeed we need to learn from our experience, Honorable Ngubani and members. We cannot continue to be in a perpetual state of losing data, and we don't put controls in place to manage that. As I've mentioned in the presentation, we have moved some of our applications and data to the cloud platforms. We have a white space in CETA that we have procured, and we have recently acquired the private cloud storage as well. So that's our determination to ensure that we don't go back to that situation where we found ourselves previously, and we have our systems crashing and losing data. And that has built the redundancy and the resilience that we require. And it shows our resolve in digitizing our environment and backing up the data that is there to ensure business continuity. We had experienced at least, not in the previous financial year, but I guess in the one before 2024-25, particularly that led to us not being able to print IDs. I think it was for a day or two, but it was due to the backup process of the systems that we shared together with the Department of Home Affairs. And from that period, it was in February, we had been backing up the system, and Home Affairs ICT unit and our ICT unit had met, and that gap has been closed. So ever since then, we never had, and we never lost data during that process. It was just at least that needed us to seamlessly align our operations as well as the ICT system, so that going forward, we know in the value chain who's supposed to back up which data and which one, who is supposed to back up their own infrastructure. So we had not experienced that disastrous downtime that really affected GPW adversely. In terms of outsourcing, GM Gubani will talk to this. We do have an outsourcing strategy, and we hadn't been outsourcing excessively. We do have service providers, like I've said, in our quest to develop SMMEs. We have entered into agreements with some of the few service providers that are able to carry some of the work on behalf of GPW, and they have been vetted so that we make sure that the security of our product is not compromised. In this environment, you don't do it all by yourself, where you can empower some of the SMMEs in line with that strategy in the country. You are able to do so, so that GPW can also contribute to that objective. The ERP system has been procured. We had not advertised nor cancelled a tender in this regard. This is the process that was managed solely by SETA. We approached National Treasury. We received a brand-specific approval from National Treasury of the Oracle system. We took that to SETA. The delays were experienced from SETA side. We spent over a year working with SETA just to have the system procured and finalized. That has already been finalized. The professional services have already been appointed. And at this stage, we are implementing the system to make sure that there's upload and download of data from the legacy system into the current one. And the CIO is working tirelessly with the service provider to move with speed and make sure that we need the different systems together and operate in an integrated fashion so that we can drive digitization with those seamless systems. I guess the CFO will carry the questions on the employee benefit as asked, as well as the ones on the what is inside in terms of the implementation of the post-audit action plan and the revenue from SADC in terms of the evidence to support the expansion together with GM Gubani. Honorable Ross, indeed, it has been a massive victory for GPW to have the surplus retained, and other members who have raised a similar question. We actually approached the minister and we requested support that we request a multi-year retention of surplus, meaning over a period of 3 years. And we were happy with the political support. Minister actually agreed that we do that. We wrote the letter to Treasury, and they, in principle, agreed with the retention, but they didn't grant the multi-year approval, saying that at the end of each financial year, when our annual financial statements are submitted, we should then submit another request and they will review it accordingly at that time. So it is important that we utilize that surplus efficiently and effectively to the benefit of GPW, and that's what we have been doing. The spike in the Home Affairs production, we are ready for that. And we report at our MMM meetings with the minister as well to demonstrate that GPW had been able to consume the volumes so far. As I said, we are able to zero in on the production the status as at last week, Friday. And we are going to make sure that we continue to consume those volumes, putting multiple interventions like staff increases that we've had, as well as the shift system that we're putting in place, but also managing the efficiency of the staff to make sure that when you're on the factory floor, you do exactly what you are appointed to do and hold officials accountable so that we are able to gain traction in this area. I think I've addressed the issue of the challenges that we've received, we have experienced in the Bosman office. And the CFO, the issue of professional services, I guess you will be able to cover that, as well as on the audit. The readiness and Honorable Matupa on the readiness and sustainability and risks in terms of how we transition from the current printing into the desired end state. Indeed, when you have been printing for over 130 years and you need to digitalize, you find your foundation shaken. But we do have a plan which is going to take us into the desired end state. Like I've said, that transitional plan aims to say, how do we jump from this to the desired end state? Then we need to move milestones in each financial year to say, what is it that we're going to be doing to make sure that we get there? But whilst we're doing that, the CIO is saying to us, the cyber attacks, we need to strengthen our firewalls. We need to make sure that the infrastructure in ICT is strengthened, is revamped, and we need to get our environmentals in place. Hence, I mentioned the collaboration with SARS to make sure that we have a stable ICT infrastructure that doesn't experience downtime intermittently, so that we are then able to keep our operations afloat. And cyber attacks, we've been tested in the previous year. We sustained a possible attack from the Budapest in the US, and we got reports from SSA, from Public Service Commission and Home Affairs that we are being hacked, and we were able to actually avert that cyber attack and to prove that our systems are actually resilient. So we will continue to mitigate those risks and make sure that ICT security is actually strengthened to avoid the recurrence of that. The digital twin products that I've spoken to is part of our transition. We take your certificate, we're starting with the departments that we've identified where we possess the data. We are producing the digital twins of those, and that's our route to saying we are digitalizing this environment. The others, I'm gonna request that the officials take over. Maybe let me nudge the CFO first to respond, and then Mr. Moodley, and then Mr. Ngubani, as well, on the localization strategy and how it will contribute to local economic development and the diversification of our revenue as well, and the comments made by the chairperson, particularly on the revenue side into SADC as well as other African countries. Chair, I want to leave it here and through you request the other EXCO members to actually step in and respond to the questions accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. As they respond, just to recap the two important questions that Honorable Ngubane raised. I think he wanted to get your attention. Maybe the IT team will respond. What led to the crash of the system in the last weeks? I'm sure you know the date and the week. Just to get a sense. And secondly, also on the long-term contract, I don't think it is the so-called contract in the manner you put it. I think it's an established engagement we have been having with government printing works about the green contract. So maybe the CFO can deal with that, just to assist the Honorable Ngubane and the committee to better be clearer on that. CFO?
Thank you, Chair. I'll group some of the answers if you allow me. I'll start with the issue of the audit plan and the matter of the financials and the internal controls that we put in place. So, Chair, we have an post-audit action plan that we've been driving for the last year. As you do know, we've come from three consecutive years of disclaimer into qualification, and hopefully we can move into an unqualified. So the biggest risk for us is essentially four areas that we have dealt with to some extent on the assets, the inventory, our debtors, and our revenue. we do still have some comparative issues that will come through in this financial year, and we are seeing how to manage it with the AG. Fortunately, we do have a strong relationship or a strong working agreement with the AG at the moment, and we are getting some good traction from that in terms of them giving us, I would say, kind of a heads up on issues that they're identifying as we're going along. So just to address the issue of the financial statements. So at transactional level, if you do recall, when we had the data loss, we lost everything at transactional level. We had to build up our sub GLs from scratch, and we are to a point now where we are getting those ledgers to be complete and accurate, which does give us some more comfort in terms of our financials. We have introduced a number of reviews and monthly reconciliations to support this. And then lastly, we have agreed with the AG that we will have sort of an interim audit done, and they are actually busy doing that, sampling mostly on our assets, our inventory, and then also on our employees. So the audit action plan has got traction, as it was mentioned. There is a big ICT component as well, which we are monitoring, and there has been traction on that together also with the MI matter that was raised. If I can just on the surplus retention, I think what I was saying is the fact that we were able to retain the surplus does show a level of capacitation within the GPW. In fact, one of the reasons why we were able to retain these funds was to demonstrate that we do have a recapitalization plan that is being implemented, that there are specifications that are there that is being implemented, and that we're actually taking charge of certain equipments coming into the country as well to boost our production. So I'm not sure if I was misunderstood, but what I was saying is that the surplus retention has been a demonstration of how GPW can actually show the National Treasury that there is traction on a number of functions in the GPW. I think the outsourcing, it will be addressed by Mr. Nkubani, but still our outsourcing work is still way below 5% of revenue, which probably is in a good margin. On the evergreen contracts, Chair, what I can say is that we've arrested that evergreen concept quite a while ago. We've got SLAs for all our contracts. Even if you look at our regular expenditure exposure in the last few financial years, it came down from about 1.2 billion to probably a few million in the last financial year. So we have really arrested the evergreen contracts. We've got SLAs in place. We've got sole supply agreements where we have to have them. We have got single source suppliers agreements where we have to, and we have really arrested this position as far as we know. There's probably one contract that is a legacy contract that we're still carrying, but we do need a dependency on CETA to sort out that particular contract. I just want to sort of, if I can cover Honourable Ngubane and Honourable Roos together. So the volume related items, it's not only for DHA. So our dependency when we do budget, and this presentation is a budget presentation, does look at the volumes that we do receive from the DHA, and we do a projection on those volumes. Correctly so, the actuals that have come through the last year has exceeded those projections, and I think as CEO has said, we are geared to absorb that volume increases. I think the next step would just be for us to translate that into budget numbers. So we are dependent on volumes that are being sort of projected by the DHA on this, and that we normally get that from some of the official documents. There has been a steady growth in the revenue, as you can see from our budget, and even if I do present actuals, you'll see that there's been a steady growth. And in the main, we have returned to numbers, if I can still mention the COVID, to numbers, pre-COVID numbers. As it stood, so there's been a big recovery in revenue in the last MTF and also going forward. the issue of SADC, we had to relook the budget on that, and it sort of relates back to the total revenue budget that is there, because it does reduce the revenue projection, and we've kept it at 30 million for now. And I think Sihle Ngubane will speak to that, GM Ops, just to give you the indications there. In terms of the employee benefits, we've got two. One talks to cost of sales and one talks to our support expenditure. They all show consistent growth over the MTF, period. And maybe just to address your matter then, Chair, as well, is that the capacitation for us on HR is mostly, the fact that we've got some restrictions that get placed on us by the DPSA, and together with that, also the ability to attract new talent into the organization. The GM manufacturing will probably tell you how many times we had to advertise for a specific position, and it just seems that the market cannot provide that sort of service at the remuneration level that we are offering. So there is a need probably to look at that capacitation, because it does require a particular skill, at GPW, and I'm not sure if probably some of our remuneration scales can accommodate that. So that's been some of the issues that we've been dealing with on the capacitation issue. Let's see if I've missed anything. No, you've got a time issue. So I think unless I've missed anything, I think I've covered most of the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO, Mr. Ngubane.
Thank you, Chairman. The outsourcing of jobs, jobs in the company. I think there are various aspects to it.
Mr. Ngubane, I think we'll be struggling to hear you. I'm not sure whether you can get a better place. Can you proceed and test? Mr. Ngubane?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm now audible.
You're proper now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. So with regards to the issue of outsourcing, there will be various aspects to it, but I really want to talk to one which links to what we do in the space of order management. So outsourcing, if you look at the why work is outsourced, which is what we relate to in our environment, it is a way of managing capacity. And the challenge is, if you do not have capacity, you will then lose the customer. So at the core of it, the jobs that get outsourced are jobs that either there would be a breakdown, which is normal in a production environment, unless if it's excessive. It could also be an issue of the job itself being outside the capability of the government printing works, because we can't, there's no printer that can obviously print all types of jobs. If something is outside what we do and there is no economic benefits of actually capitalizing to print such jobs because of low volumes, like for instance the braille printing, then we will always deal with that and outsource, or rather in the form of outsourcing. And then lastly, what is key, because everything we do has got to do with the customer. We promised a delivery period for normal standards stationery of I'll say 4 to 6 weeks, and then for high security products 8 to 12 weeks. So if anything pushes beyond that, then we have to overflow it. So it's always a challenge when we look at it from a perspective of saying how much we outsource, because what is the main driver is the customer. They want jobs, and if you do not bleed out, you will then face a problem of losing customers, because you consume everything inside and it will take long for us to deliver, which means we will lose customers. I'll make a specific example of last year when we went to an education conference for the examinations. We were able to then land, I'll call it a deal with the Department of Education in Mpumalanga, but they never came to us on time, and they came very, very late. They were insisting that we should print the grade 9 exams. It was an order, it's an order of 8 million rands, that's what it's worth. And because there was no capacity, you cannot lose it, and the only way probably is to then look at an opportunity to outsource something to give space, either that or the other. And this is how we perhaps get to such cases, Chairperson. I don't know if I'm aligned in terms of the answers, but that is the one part. And then the second part, which I was asked to comment on, is the issue of SADC. SADC expansion is pretty much similar to local expansion. Will forever endeavor to increase, you know, the customer base so that we don't collapse the organization. We talk of engaging 8 customers. Most of them are actually current customers, and yes, we also go beyond and engage new ones. Namibia, for instance, is an existing customer, so they have got to be engaged, and these engagements do bear benefits. For instance, we are currently printing their birth certificates again. If we don't, customers tend to go out and advertise and look for a new service provider. So I think it's also on the basis of that. That's the same thing with Lesotho, same thing with Eswatini. The other customers we're still engaging. I think with CFO, we always look at whether these projections are safe enough for us to make, because we also don't want to project 200 million, which is possible, for instance, in Lesotho. But when is that going to happen? We can't really say for sure it's going to happen in this year. I think it's just a matter of that. Thanks, Chair.
And thanks very much. IT, CIO.
Chairperson, thank you. If I can confirm, I'm audible?
Let's proceed, you're audible.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Honorable Minister and Honorable Members, the CEO. In terms of ICT, we can confirm that we have not experienced a system crash. Chairperson?
Yeah, there's there's Guiba.
Yes, that is me, Chairperson.
Yeah, there's a Zoom user, I think they're disrupting you. If they can mute.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chairperson.
Yeah, proceed, yeah.
Yes, we have not experienced a system crash. We have had an incident of power outage. This is happening in Tshwane. We are a national key point. We're supposed to have load reduction, but due to capacity issues with the power station in Tshwane, when they don't have the power, we will experience the power outage. We do have generators. We do have the UPS. We had an incident that one of our UPS failed, and the systems were gracefully shut down. We responded to the matter of the UPS, and we restored and resumed operations. We have not had a system crash at any point. Further to this, we started engaging with SARS, and the investment that we are doing and implementations that are happening. They are installing new UPS, they are installing new HVAC system, they are installing new batteries. We're now moving away from acid batteries to inverters, and they are also putting solar system to ensure that when we have these incidents that are beyond ICT, we do have continuity. It's the same approach that we are doing for the new headquarters. We're working with DBSA, we're working with SARS to ensure that there is a solar backup system to ensure that there's continuous electricity, there's correct generators that are installed in that building. Further to that, Chairperson, we are taking away data centers in the GPW premises where possible. Hence, we procured the private cloud infrastructure, which is already 50% complete in terms of installation. Site 1 already working. It's hosted at White Space in SITA. Maybe let me pause there, Chairperson. In terms of cybersecurity, we taking the heat from DPSA. There is a directive on cybersecurity training and awareness. We're quite aware of all other departments where there are successful cyber incidents that have occurred, and we're taking advice from the GTOC committee. We are conducting security awareness in GPW. It's a physical security awareness session that we have registers of members who have attended, including executive management and all other staff. We also have electronic means to conduct security awareness that has been implemented in GPW to ensure that we are ready against cyber attacks. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CIO, for that update. Can we now invite the DM?
No, nothing from my side, Chair. I think I'm covered.
Thank you, TM. Minister?
No, thank you, Chair. I think just to briefly reflect and thank the honourable members for what I think has been a very important engagement and strong inputs on relevant issues. I think the questions have been really covered quite broadly. Safe perhaps to say that the power challenges in Tshwane is a very serious issue, I think, not only for this Home Affairs ecosystem, but also more broadly. And so clearly we do have to now mitigate those issues on an ongoing basis, and it is a very serious issue that the CIO has responded to, Chair. But I think beyond that, let me just really thank the officials as well as the honourable members for what I think has been an enriching discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister, and thank the Government Printing Works team. We are noting the two presentations of the IEC and the Government Printing Works on the work that have been done so far, and also the recommendations that have been carried in our previous engagement with the Portfolio Committee, and the issues that members have raised to this end. What we will do, we will then facilitate these particular annual reports together with the Dr. Lubisi's interim report. As you know or are aware that the Home Affairs is scheduled for budget vote on the 15th of May, if I'm correct, Mr. Matonsi. And at least by that time, should have been satisfied with the an interim report as per the engagement we had in our last year, that at least this year an assessment will be given an indication. But I must appreciate the work that has been done in terms of the report and the weaknesses that we have previously identified in members. When we visit again the Government Printing Works in our oversight, that will be soon, we'll also identify this progress that were briefed here with the work on the ground. I want to take this opportunity to thank Minister DM, the DG, and all the team in attendance for this item. I'm aware that members are rushing to the to the house, which is starting now at 2. Thanks very much for your contributions, honorable members. Always highly appreciated to engage on the issues and make recommendations that the executive needs to pay attention to. Mr. Matonsi, is there any matter that we can defer to Friday for the adoption of the minutes in relation to the extension of the marriage bill? Because also going to receive the legal team response around that, so that we end the meeting and will therefore rework the scheduling for items on Friday.
Chairperson, my understanding from the legal service, they want to submit these minutes tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow or today to the court. Yeah. So if it's only 3 sets of minutes, and then that dealt especially with the preparation for the public hearings.
Okay, members, can we in 5 minutes let's consider those 3 minutes. Thank you, members. Minister, you can be released, and your team of government printing works. Thanks very much. You can flag the reports.
Okay, Chairperson, these are the minutes which were done in 20 March last year. I'm sure we missed them to adopt them, wherein the committee staff briefed the committee on their preparation for the Eastern Cape public hearings. So I think that was the only agenda item, and then those are the members who were there when the colleagues briefed the committee on the preparations for the Eastern Cape public hearings.
Thank you, members. Any comment on the report? On the minutes? Can I invite hands to move for the adoption?
Chairperson,
Mtolo?
I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you. Seconder? Ngubane?
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you. Minutes have been considered. Can you move the second one?
Chair. Then the second one's 27 January, where the committee was briefed on the first term program and also preparation for the Limpopo public hearings and the proposed study tour to India. I think that was all. These are the members who were there. This was January this year, Chair.
Thank you. Members, comments on the minutes? Can I invite hands for to move for the adoption? On Rose?
Chair, I move for the adoption.
Thank you. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you, Mtolo. Can you move to the last minutes have been considered? Can we move to the last minutes?
Chair. The last minutes is 3 March, where the IEC, the department and the IEC, they were supposed to to brief us on the electoral amendment bill for local government, and then a report on the public hearings by the content advisor, and then also the briefing on the study tour to India and electronic voting. Yeah, that's that, Chairperson.
Can you go to the app, Mr. Matonse? Okay, thank you. Members, can I invite hands for adoption? Honorable Ross.
Chair, I move for the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Seconder. Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Nguban.
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you. Members, these minutes are a reflection of our discussions in our previous meetings, but in particular to how we're processing the marriage bill public hearings and also the consideration to, given the time frame that we must request for an extension, that Parliament needs to properly deal with this matter. As you know, that Parliament also includes the National Council of Provinces, so that both houses have enough time to process this matter. Fortunately, unfortunately, though, that we're still awaiting a report that this committee has taken around the certification of the marriage bill and the decision of those legal teams, both Home Affairs and the Parliament, and for a committee to deliberate and take a decision on how we proceed on the issues that might have been raised, that has legal issues to deal with that. Thanks very much. We have now dealt with the two issues, and other matters will defer to this Friday. We'll communicate tomorrow. We'll meet in the morning just to rework our agenda for Friday and defer other matters, as you know, that we took long, which was necessary for us to isolate some of the items for the next meeting. Thanks very much, members. The meeting stand adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Record.